don't wanna just get by in life before we die. I wanna live a single time, no chances to revive. Days are slip away sometimes when pressure holds too tight. Only I can make up my mind and override the fight. I've been patient, waiting for an answer, contemplating. Didn't get me any closer to the reason.
What the fuck?
Hello. I now understand why you don't buy off-brand Legos. Ace was invited me over to his server. By the way, I'm supposed to invite you as well. And he's building the Ghostbuster car. But he got it from a company that is not Lego. It's an off-brand of Lego. And the booklet is so small, you can't tell the pieces from one another, and none of the pieces have ever been, or they're not in the correct order. So he's had to open like 6 bags just to start the build. So yeah.
Oh, we hear you.
Blame it on me. You're just too scared to be lonely. No one's safe from the reaper. Not a saint nor a sinner. Rage under my skin, slowly descending to madness. Let it spread like a virus. Be a friend with the violence. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Change, can you swear some? Never mind, I forgot where I came from. Like wolves in the darkness, we've adapted to blindness. Fall asleep with the sirens out. There's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? This is not a phase, my dear. Time heals the moment, but our hearts were frozen, don't disappear. You escaped from not knowing, but I got a feeling that I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Just know that I'll give you love you'll never want to share tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find the space, a great escape, where we could finally break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, we're happy after the fall. And I don't wanna change it all. 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 Life be till the end. Tell me stories that I've heard 1,001 times before. I bet. Let me fall into your eyes all over again. I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Just know that I'll give you love you never want to share tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find the space, a great escape, where we could finally break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, we're happy after the fall. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. No, no.
We are live at the Hold My Pen Promptcast. Ah!
How's everybody doing tonight?
Yes, without a reset. Okay.
How's everybody doing tonight? Are we hanging in there? Are we staying warm? Because I know a lot of places it's colder than hell.
For context, I just came in from outside and it is 15 degrees Fahrenheit, aka negative 10 Celsius. Ugh.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Yeah, that's a negative Ghost Rider. I like to keep my toes exactly where they're at. Hey, Shay.
All right, and we have an ad hitting in about just
2
under
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Luna. Yeah, we're all kind of feeling that too. Um, I've been disassociating all week, and we've been talking about it a little bit here and there. Kesh is surprised that I wasn't into K-pop before now, but apparently I've gone on the deep end. I now know the lingo. I'm in trouble. Send help.
Like I said, genuinely, I am shocked you were not already in K-pop.
Nope, I avoided it like the plague. I'm one of those that I don't join on to bandwagons. I just don't. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of Elvis or the Beatles. And the only reason that I am a Backstreet Boys fan is because I was a fan of theirs before they went to Europe for 4 years. So, you know, I'm one of the OG.
Right.
Back when Nick Carter and I were 13 years old. So I'm allowed to do that. Now, the fact that Stray Kids has already been out there for 8 years and I'm jumping on the bandwagon now, yeah, you can teach an old dog new tricks. Or in this case, an old cat.
Meow.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I wasn't into Mickey Mouse Club, which is where NSYNC kind of got their
Yeah.
bare bones start. I do have a friend that I went to school with from third grade all the way through senior year who, like, she was as nutso crazy about NSYNC as I was about Backstreet Boys. We could list off their birthdays, their favorite color, their heights, their uh, birth dates. Yep, Brittany and Christina were also in MMC. Uh, so it is what it is. But we're all kind of feeling it. It's the winter blues up here in the northern hemisphere. Bitzer's got storms down in the southern hemisphere. And so, it is what it is. We're all just kind of making it
We're making
through
do what we got.
with what we got. Absolutely. And we were talking today about how the Hold My Pen Promptcast and the Authors Pub are family. Because we're there for each other no matter what. We come together when one person has issue. Okay, who's got knowledge, right? I'd have a working washing machine right now if I hadn't run over the rings that we needed to put it back together. But that's neither here nor there. Julie was helping my middle spawn fix the washing machine from 7.5 hours away. Has helped me diagnose vehicle problems, has helped Artemis Elf with vehicle problems from New Jersey. So we're a family. We're here for each other. And
Also helped rebuild, or at least temporary until they could get it to the shop. One from Canada. It's like,
yep. And so when you're feeling down, we're here, right? Um, but of course, we digress, and we do have an ad break ending in about 2 minutes. So anyone who is not a subscriber at this current time is going to be not hearing us. So they'll hear the ad, but we're just going to get all the normal stuff out of the way. Uh, to the side here, we have our fearless leader, Julie DeFisher, author of 2 published books, multiple works in progress, and the person who came up with this brainchild, who keeps saying, "Hey, Izzy, I have an idea," and I go, "Oh shit! Okay, what is it?" And then we work to make it work, right?
there's usually an
Below us,
eye in there too.
there's an eye roll. There's always a motherfucking eye roll. Now, below us, you have my best friend of nearly 30 years, Kesh Butler, former roommate, godmother to my children, would have been the maid of honor in my 3 weddings had she been in state. And so, Kesh Butler, who's been working on this baby of hers for years and years and years, and the goal is to get it published in the next couple of years, if not the next year, right?
Hopefully this year. I would really like to get something out, even if it's
There we go.
just a small novella, just introducing everyone.
There we go. And I, of course, am the designated reader, although we do have people who come in and take over for me from time to time. Izzy Kraus. I am not the leader, even though I'm running all of this in the background. I'm tech support. Okay. I'm the techie chaos coordinator of this massive thing. And we're
She's also
learning
the one
all
that
sorts of
keeps me reined in.
I okay, but who's
Attempts.
reigning in who? Who is reigning in who? Because literally, if you think about it, like Kesh and I have had this argument for close to 30 years. Who is the bad influence, right? There are things that we can't tell. We can't tell which one is the bad influence and which one is the stabilizing influence because it changes per topic. So, same thing with me and Julie, who reigns in who? Um, Not sure. That depends on the topic and the thing that needs to be done. All right. All gremlins on the. Yes. Yes. Welcome. First time chatter.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
you did find it at a good time because we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. Of course, we are working on our January challenge called January Fresh Ink, where every single one of our submitters is being read out anonymously. We got kind of a little bit of a side game going on in our Discord. And if you're not in our Discord, why the hell not? Don't forget to also sign up for the newsletter if you are not already. We typically only send you the email once a week. That email includes the weekly prompt, any monthly challenges that are going on, as well as um, events that any of our prompters might be going to and new releases by our prompters. In order to get the label prompter, you must submit to the show. All the details are in that newsletter every single week. You've also got our Discord where we reiterate so many different things. We have writing rooms, we've got breakout rooms where you can sit there and go, "Hey, Julie, something's wrong with this paragraph. I don't know what's going on." You know, the only thing we ask is if you're needing some help and it's for your prompt submission, you can't come to me. I got it. My reactions must be authentic because I read these out cold. Okay. I don't pre-read them. They do go through Julie or Kesh to be able to check if you're a first time prompter for AI use, or for plagiarism issues. But I myself do not open the file until we go live and read them out. I feel like I'm missing something.
Our
Beta
voices
press.
are not for AI use.
Yes, our voices are not for AI use. And although all of these are being read out anonymously, the words themselves belong to the author, which will all be revealed February 1st. If between now and February 1st, as a prompter, you want to remain anonymous even after, whatever you've been working on all month, you want to keep it anonymous, please let us know and we will not release your name. We will know though, and we can be your backup if somebody tries saying that you ripped somebody else off when they in fact ripped you off, because we have the receipts.
Right.
Full service backup kind of thing. And none of this costs you anything. Again, we very much appreciate those who are subscribing, and whether that's through actual cash or using your Prime subscription, we do appreciate it. Putting up with the ads and everything. You guys have managed to get us 2 payouts in the 7 months that we have had affiliate status, and next year's newsletter is paid for. So thank you so very much for all of your support. Special shout out to CD, who keeps throwing more bits and cheers and all the stuff at us. We could not be more proud of this group, and the support that you've given this crazy idea Julie had.
Which just proves that not all my ideas are going to be like, well, let's do it anyway. Like, look, my first crazy idea was the show. Let's have a weekly writing prompt challenge, which turned into the whole My Pen Promptcast. Okay. Then last year, beginning of the year, our anniversary show, which we hadn't had our name for very long. I was like, we were like 10 minutes from going live, and I said, hey, I got a challenge. And Izzy's like, what? I said, don't worry, you'll hear about it in a minute. And we went live, and before anybody knew it, we had a 1,000,000-word challenge that was going to be read out on the show. We were only a couple of thousand off of 700,000 words that were written out on the show last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just to give you some perspective, we're on week 3. We're only 15 and change from 100,000 words for this month alone, and we still got 2 more weeks. Which proves either I'm a great bully or we do what we do. We get what we get, and we don't throw a damn fit, and we just keep trugging along. And that's what we keep doing. Every week we show up, whether we had 1 person watching in the crowd or right now 15.
Right. And let's take that one step further. In the entire year of 2025, we had 21 people who submitted stories to be read out.
I think it was
week 3. We're in week 3 and we're already at 20 submitters. You guys show up and show out every single time, and we are so thankful that you guys came and found us and joined in with our craziness, because this shelf right here has a bunch of indie authors on it. I'm going to have to build another bookshelf to have them right here so that I can Vanna White them in front of the world. All right?
That's my goal, is to get a bookshelf somewhere behind here somehow. It's going to be a little tiny one because I don't have a lot of room. But start getting some of our published authors stuff behind me, just like Izzy has, that you can't see. But she pulls really quickly because it's right there.
It's all within armor.
Yep.
Yep. There's actually right over there going to be a bookshelf eventually. So, yes, and Styx is in the crowd saying, "Can confirm I've been bullied to submit again." We don't call her Mama Bulldog for nothing.
I do it because I care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Now,
still
for the
working on
record,
Ace, but
yeah, we're still working on Ace. Yeah, if it tells you how bad I'm doing, I'm willingly drinking water.
yeah. And I'm drinking Sprite, not a Red Bull.
So we're in the same boat as you guys, and let's all commiserate together and get this going, because for a lot of us, every Saturday night, that's what we live for connection, for human interaction, get away from the kids, get away from a spouse, whatever, just have time to ourselves with friends, and we're all over the world, and literally we can't get together and have coffee at the coffee shop or go out to a movie. So this is what we do for entertainment, and we can do it from all around the world.
Yep. And with that being said, I think that's done with our announcements for right now. Izzy, would you refresh us on what our uh this week's prompt was while I spin the wheel? Yes, I'm very happy about spinning the wheel.
And we're going to keep this even after the anonymous is done. We have decided that we are going to keep the wheel. We're going to keep splitting it in half. And then that way, whoever is being read out on the first night, it's in random order because that's been fun. And we're also going to have Julie's spinny wheel up on the screen.
Yep,
It's going to be
we're
so
working on it.
much fun. We're working on it. All right. This week's prompt was actually submitted by PA Power while we were at Hack in the Readers. And it was use this dialogue. Use this dialogue. You say that like I'm supposed to be impressed. I've seen better men try. And which anonymous submitter number is up first?
19.
Who's the first victim?
Oh,
19.
shit balls. Hold on, because my notation does not have 19 or 20 on the list. So give me uno momento.
You're going to have to update me on that one too.
Uh-huh.
One moment.
All I got to do is go over to the writing tracker here. Okay, there we go. And oh, I was warned about this one. I was warned about this one. Oh, shit.
Too late to do a respin.
Nope. Too late to do a respin.
Oh god.
All
There you go.
right, Kesh, I have updated the list over in our conversation.
Okay. Thank you much.
Oh my. Please hold. I caught sight of the first line.
Oh God.
I'm already blushing. Okay.
Do I need a fan?
Y'all, if we forgot to warn you, please make sure that you have hankies within reach, fans, stress balls. Just at this point, you should know by now, just have these things handy right from the get go. I, I don't know how I'm going to get through this. Whew,
Do you want me to do it?
I got it. I got it.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Um, by the way, Cash, you do have your paper for the mic turnoffs for the tallies for the mic turnoffs, right?
I will get it.
Okay.
I need a few minutes. I'm still trying. I just got home from work right before I hopped on, so I haven't even eaten yet. So
Okay, here we go.
we got that dealt with.
Brent looked much better this way, wrists bound in duct tape above his head, legs spread wide, ankles tied to anchor points embedded in my floor. I'd used his tie as a blindfold and added a ball gag just to save my sanity. I paused to admire my work before slowly stalking closer. This, the sound of my stiletto heels clicking on the hard wood made him twitch, some parts more than others. I gingerly placed my right foot on the thing he'd referred to as Sir Brentworth Esquire. Seriously, who does that? I stepped down, slowly adding pressure until he whimpered. Good boy. Remember how adamant you were about not needing a safe word? I intend to test that resolve. I paused, glancing over to the darkened corner of the room. I haven't forgotten about you either, my naughty voyeurs listening to this right now. Let me tell you how this all started, so you can fully enjoy the show. I was sitting in a smoky, high class bar on Broad Street during happy hour. The usual crowd was there: attorneys, stockbrokers, hedge fund managers, and CEOs. All of them had been clients of mine, or still were. I was in my normal spot, perched on a bar stool at the end of the bar, my back to the wall, watching the room with a predatory glare. The occupants knew to avoid me, to act like I wasn't there. Most of them, at least. There was a new addition to my favorite hunting ground, a man I would come to know as Brent. Young, attractive, cocky. I pegged the Harvard Law swagger the moment he stepped through the door. He was wearing the kind of suit that didn't carry a brand label and a watch that cost more than my car. So he was either good at his job or his parents were still supporting him. I watched as he bought around for his table, listened when he selected a top shelf scotch to celebrate another win in the courtroom. That answers that then. Jerry, the bartender, refilled my drink before pouring Brent's order, a subtle recognition of the power dynamic. I sipped the straight bourbon slowly, enjoying the smooth burn and rich flavor. My indulgence was interrupted when Brent strutted over to me, all balls and no brains. Hello, gorgeous. I was just ordering around for my colleagues. If you're interested in joining us, I would love to buy you around as well. I'll never turn down a free drink, but I make your drinking buddies nervous, so I'll stay where I am. He looked back at the table full of faces I knew well, confusion plain in his gaze. Those guys? You make those guys nervous? I've seen most of them stare down convicted killers and mafia members without blinking. You're telling me you're scarier than that? I leaned closer, smirking. I winked. Should tell you something, shouldn't it? I sat back on my stool, enjoying the confusion on his face, sipping my drink and smirking above the rim as he retreated to his table. I made eyes at the men at his table who were watching me warily and waved at them with a demure wiggle of my fingers. I giggled low in my throat as I saw them collectively tuck their tails and look away. I was enjoying my evening entertainment and wondering whether they'd tell him about me. They wouldn't, of course, as doing so would reveal secrets they would rather take to the grave. But it was fun to wonder if someone would surprise me. 2 hours and plenty of drinks later, Brent had enough courage to try again. This time, he stumbled more than strutted, and his words blended together more than I cared for. You don't scare me, pretty lady. My name's Brent. And this, he grabbed his crotch, is sure Brentworth Esquire at your service. He leaned heavily on the bar near me, almost missing it entirely. You say that like I am supposed to be impressed. I've seen better men try. No one's better than me. Give me a chance and I'll prove it. I cocked an eyebrow at him, a gesture that had made other men piss themselves on more than one occasion. You're either brave or stupid, and I think I know which. Either way, I'll give you the rope you're begging for. I opened my clutch purse and pulled out a matte black business card with flowing red script, providing an address, nothing more. I held it daintily between my first two fingers until he snatched it clumsily. Be there after you get off work tomorrow and show up sober. You can't consent under the influence. I snapped my purse closed before he could respond. I raised a hand to Jerry, who just nodded, and I walked out without looking back. The next day, I was back in my office. I was fully booked and had called to cancel an appointment to make an opening for my newest victim client. At least two of the men who'd been at that table last night had come to see me today. I was so tempted to tell them that I'd be seeing Brent later that day, but my confidentiality policy was ironclad. I already knew what they liked, and I went through the motions, though I may have been more enthusiastic than usual. My mind was racing, excited to find out what it would take to break the newest challenger, the next piece in my collection. My excitement translated into my work. One of my clients even called a yellow, rare, but it happens. In case you're wondering, and I know at least some of you are, calling yellow is a way of saying it's getting to be too much, slow down, but don't stop. I'd never had a red called, an immediate freeze on all activity, a fact I was proud of. I enjoyed yellows, though. It meant I'd push them past their breaking point, but only just before I went too far. When the day came exactly as I had predicted, Brent strolled through the door and froze as he took in the room and me. I stood there, surrounded by implements that would look at home in a torture chamber, wearing a shiny black leather corset, red underwear, black fishnets held up by a garter, and 6-inch spike stiletto heels. Hold on now. This isn't what I signed up for. I already had my first tool picked and ready, a short riding crop. I stepped closer to him and sharply tapped him under the chin with it to silence him. That's exactly why we're going to negotiate first. Not if you understand. He nodded. I smiled, all teeth and aggression. Do you have any limits I should be aware of? Hard or soft, I want them all. Speak. Who do you think you are, lady? I'm the one in charge here, and if you think otherwise for even a... I quickly swung the crop behind my back as I stepped closer, my free hand moving to cup him gently through his suit pants. I looked up at him through my lashes and pouted, letting my shoulders drop in disappointment. Aw, baby, I just wanted to role play a little. You told me you were the best. I thought you could handle it. His whole body went stiff. Whether from my touch or my words, it didn't matter. He softly cleared his throat. Ahem. I see. I can be open minded if it gets me what I want. I chuckled in my throat again, almost a purr, as I nuzzled his neck and whispered in his ear. My hand remained below his waist. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, baby. Now, your limits? And you'll refer to me as mistress until we're through. Understand? I don't have any limits. Not like I'll need them with a woman who barely reaches my chin in heels. Oh, yes, I understand. Squeeze. He groaned, and I felt his knees buckle. Yes, I understand, mistress. No limits, mistress. I released him, and he inhaled sharply, breaking into a coughing fit I ignored. Your first mistake. Any medical issues I need to be aware of? Any medications you take, even over the counter? He took a moment to regain his composure before responding. None for both, mistress. You need a safe word. Pick something obscure. I don't need one, mistress. I require you to have one before we continue. I am not asking. I refuse to choose a safe word, mistress. Defiance truly is adorable at times. He wasn't the first to balk at this simple command, and I was prepared. We will use the traffic light system. Green for continue, yellow for slow down, and red for stop. If you are unable to speak and need to call yellow or red, you will extend both pinkies. Only your pinkies, not if you understand. His eyebrows fell in frustration, but he nodded nonetheless. Good. Now strip. He jumped, like I'd hit him with a taser. I hadn't. Not yet, at least. He moved quickly, removing everything, folding it all neatly and set it on a chair at the edge of the room before returning to stand bare before me. I glanced down to see his southern salute before I pointed to an empty spot in the middle of the floor. Eager. On your back. He moved to comply. I went to his stack of clothes, grabbed his tie, then went to my box of equipment to get a roll of duct tape, some rope, and a gag. I stood over him, his eyes locked on the only red fabric I wore. I crouched down slowly until he met my eyes. I took my time, meticulously restraining him. I left the tie for last so he could enjoy the show, the anticipation. When I was finished, I stepped back to admire my work. That brings us back to where I left off before. When he whimpered, I glanced up to see his fists balled tightly, pinkies curled in securely. Oh, Brent. I began twisting my foot back and forth in a slow grind without adding more pressure. My eyes locked on his hands. Suddenly, I felt his hips buck, his stomach heave, and he grunted around the gag. A mild chemical scent filled my nose like chlorine in a public pool. I looked down to see the mess he'd made on his own stomach, pooling in his navel and around the tip of my shoe. I sighed and removed my foot from him before using his hair to wipe off the mess he'd made on me. I bent down and pressed one manicured nail to his temple, dragging the fine point roughly down his cheek. The red line on his skin welted almost immediately as I trailed lower to hook under the clasp of the gag. I pressed the release and whispered huskily as he gasped for air. Finished already? I am disappointed. I guess the best just wasn't good enough. I removed his restraints and let him get cleaned up before dressing. He remained silent the entire time, eyes full of shame, shoulders hunched over. It had taken me less than 10 minutes from the moment he walked in to utterly shatter him. Pathetic. He opened the door to leave, and I spoke up before he could escape. If you ever want to try proving yourself again, you know where to find me. Next time won't be free, though. You wasted your chance. He nodded and walked out, closing the door behind him. I waited a moment before laughing uproariously. I dabbed at the tears of laughter forming before they could ruin my mascara and walked to my appointment book. I penciled him in for the same time next week. He'd be back. They always come back. I stood there in my dungeon, alone, and relishing in my victory. Except I wasn't alone, was I? This particular session had been special. I'd had an audience, and you're still here. And if you're still listening, you must have enjoyed it. Just remember, I always have more room on my calendar, and your first try is free. Dun, dun, dun.
Poor doggy. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Yes, the fourth wall breaking was fantastic.
I will
Oh,
say this. If this particular submitter thought this was going to get them out of writing for the show again, you got another fucking thing coming. You got another fucking thing.
I don't have a hand. Okay, mic off. That's one.
Luna. Luna said, I love how steamy and sensual this is without being raunchy. Love this so much.
Yes.
And that was the key point. That was the key point in this entire thing, is that it showed us something that usually stays behind closed doors for good reason. And yet it's something that can be read out loud because we know what they were talking about without explicitly saying it. And this is a prime masterclass in show don't tell. Oh, chef's fucking kiss. Oh! Oh. that summary when I go to hit send, it will say dominatrix and Brent, first time is free. That's all y'all need to remember.
Yep. That's all you need to type for that one. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm surprised we didn't get any mic turn-offs during that one.
I was too into it.
We got close. We got fucking close.
Yeah, I mean, she did it at the end. I counted that. It counted because it was a mic turn.
Yes, because I was saying stuff that nobody needs to hear.
Whew.
Okay,
Number
so
19.
right along.
Way to go.
Oh god. No, Ace, good luck with using duct tape again after that one. Oh no. No. Duct tape has two meanings. I just don't tell you which one I'm referencing.
No, she turned away from the mic. She did not turn off the mic, so that does not count. Okay, next one. Oh,
Hydrate
okay.
or nitrate.
Submitter number 11.
All right. Oh my god. Whew. Uh, No, I did turn away and go, oh, Brent. That is not a good idea. Okay, 11. I opened up the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Got it. Whew. Path to nowhere. The channels flipped over. Click, 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 and slurred words and incredulity for ads mumbled from his lips, a can clutched in his sweating palm as he nudged the oscillating fan closer, crumpled as he squeezed too hard. Another string of curses came under his breath and worsened to a growl when his shapely wife had something to say about it. Today, though, she didn't, and kept her lips buttoned as she chewed her fat, rich sandwich. She wagged a finger as the channel came to a show she recognized, one she'd spend hours on the phone with her closest friends gossiping and speculating about while she folded laundry and hoped for the rain to stop so she could go back to tending the garden. Keeping it in the best care, the biggest bloom, was the only way she saw to prove her superiority to her neighbors. Cameron, baby, she called over her shoulder. Can you get Daddy another beer? He breathed a sigh from where he sat at the table, setting down his pencil in the middle of his book. There weren't many places he could go to study. His room was entirely out of the question. It wasn't much of a room, an unfinished attic, two stacked mattresses, and boxes turned sideways in makeshift shelves for his clothes. They could have given him a proper room, but then where would they have kept the trophies he'd won from the sports they demanded he play? Baseball, football, wrestling, karate, swimming, lacrosse. If he had a moment to breathe between practices, it was a miracle. To make matters worse, if he didn't stay on honors and brought them the embarrassment of having a stupid child, he would regret every wrong answer he'd marked. Freedom was a full scholarship and plane ticket. Cameron stood up, biting back what he wanted to say, but lacked the courage to speak, and went to the kitchen. He yanked open the refrigerator and grabbed another Pabst can, discounted for the dents from being dropped. It wasn't even noon between kickoffs, and his father was already drunk. He carried the beer gingerly in his fingers, set it down on the side table, and quietly returned to the dining room. Summer was merciless with the camps they signed him up for and the exhausting hours of sneaking in studies to get ahead. But when it rained, there was no camp for any sport, and all he had to focus on was memorizing another chapter of advanced biology. Boy, his father called, take out the trash before the rain gets any worse. It's stinking to high heaven. He groaned. So much for studying. His parents needed him to do chores so they could devote themselves to the shows they thought gave them status. Cameron slapped his book shut and shoved it to the center of the table. His father peered over his shoulder, a glare settling into place as he watched his son huff and stamp his way to the kitchen. Anger surged in his face like a humiliated blush, a rising tide of rage that both hoped would quell if Cameron could just stay busy. He had to study, but sitting at the table gave him too much opportunity to pop an attitude. It wasn't his fault. Stress had a way of creeping in, and before he knew it, he would go off the handle, maybe throw the chairs and smash the windows the way he did when he was younger, before he was speaking like the other kids. His father turned back around, adjusting his position. The threat prickled his nerves, even though there hadn't been any substantial problems in years. Cameron had been an angry child before he got hearing aids. The back door snapped harder than usual, and both parents cringed, sharing only a glance before returning to their show. Cameron, clutching the sack of trash, stared in the pouring rain and the bins behind the discretion fence stationed far enough away that he'd be soaked to the bone in seconds. Then he'd have to change and do the laundry, fold it, put it away, rotate the towels, scrub the bathroom. And before he put the bleach away, he'd need to do the kitchen too. There was always something more they wanted from him. And if he didn't deliver, the slithering of his father's belt from its loops would be the last thing he heard before the old man grabbed his head and silenced the world. He wouldn't have to hear the thin excuses and apologies or the grunts and groans as he tried not to brace. Bracing made the bruises worse. It made the sting sharper. And if he couldn't hear the whistle of the holes in the belt, he wouldn't prepare for it. Maybe he could have fought back. But what was the use? They'd find something else. They might even figure out his plans to go to college instead of going pro. One slip up, one misstep, and they'd make sure he'd never have the chance. He sighed and stepped into the rain. Sour streams rolled over his face, and for a moment he stopped and stared up at the sky, hoping it would drown him. He closed his eyes and let the water fall over him, not caring one bit about the sizzling in his ears. He had a spare set. Cam? She interrupted. What's up? Cameron turned around, finding Lauren on the opposite side of the fence, umbrella in hand. They'd been neighbors their whole lives, and admittedly, he was overprotective of her. She was small and rarely spoke her mind. Bullies saw her as an easy target, and he stood in their way. What are you doing in the rain? She looked him up and down, her face contorting with disgust and horror. Taking out the trash, he said, holding up the sack. Isn't that a little dangerous? He looked at the bag. The rain, Cam, she clarified and looked up as though she could see through her umbrella. Didn't you hear the news? The Harmony plant's been slow leaking a meltdown. He huffed and shrugged. A little acid rain. It can mutate your DNA, she snapped, glowering at him. Don't you ever worry about things like that? You could get cancer. No one gets cancer, Lauren. Cancer's something you develop from mutant cells running rampant and I know what cancer is, Cam. She folded her arms and looked away. How's your mom? He sheepishly asked. A year ago, Lauren had held her hand at the hospital as the doctors explained her diagnosis, an aggressive form of peritoneal cancer. There wasn't a cure and barely a treatment. The prognosis was bad, even at its best. She's still at the hospital. Lauren twisted, stepping closer to the fence. Mumsy thinks she'll be okay, but she was really sick this time. Cameron frowned and turned away, heading to the bin. He flipped the lid off, tossed the trash in, and covered it again. Clutching the sides, he hung his head. Lauren's mom was the only one who'd ever done a single thing worthwhile for him. She convinced his parents to take him to the doctor, test his hearing, and now she was... You should really get inside and rinse off. Lauren peeked from under her umbrella, watching the flow from the downspout. I don't want you to get sick too. Sure. He spat through the water that ran from his nose over his lips. He shoved away from the bins and headed for the house. Before he was back on the porch, Lauren was already inside, her umbrella leaning against the wall beside her door. His jaw tightened as he splashed through another puddle. Life wasn't fair. Good people got sick, and his parents only cared about his successes, not him, not who he was as a person. He shoved through the door and slopped through the kitchen. His mother whirled around, cursing at the puddles he left in his wake, demanding he strip off the soaked clothes and put them in the wash. He barely heard her above the frazzled static and the thumping of his heart right behind it. Cameron's body heated as he stormed through the house, not caring one bit about how his parents shouted at him with new demands. They didn't care that he didn't want to be a football star, the next Sosa or a Phelps. He wanted to be an oncologist. He wanted to make a difference for people like Mrs. Solman and give people like Lauren a second chance with those they loved. Cameron shoved through the attic door, tastefully disguised as any other door, and slammed his feet hard against each step. The door rattled as he threw it shut and slapped the latches into place. He growled to himself, half under his breath, as his rage boiled over and he was sure he would burst into flames. It wasn't fair. He pounded his fist against the wall and he was sure he felt the burn of fire between the drywall and his balled hand. When he reached the top, hunched to keep from hitting his head on the beams, He pushed through the thin fabric sheets he'd hung for curtains and threw himself onto his bed. He beat his fists on the pillows, a streak of fire following behind, and a scream into the bed released his anger. He turned over and stared at the low ceiling and the stains of water dripping through. He raked his hands down his face, his fingertips sizzling and smoking. Smoking? He gasped and held them out, a steady stream rising from them. What what was happening to him? Cameron shook his hands, dispelling the smoke in a panic, but the heat didn't subside. He rose too fast, his head knocked against a beam, and everything went black. It wasn't fair. Nothing ever went the way he wanted, and he was on the fast track to nowhere. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the row of candles. The pounding in his head hadn't dulled despite the Tylenol and bandage, and the ice pack had melted too fast to have done any good. The scent of smoke lingered in his nose. He tried to focus, but his mind slipped back to where he'd woken up on the floor a few feet away. His father's toe nudged his face. A dried river of blood marred his face. Cameron had groaned and rolled onto his back. The man's radish red face jiggled when he'd shaken his head with disgust. At first, he'd not understood him, but he knew the anger. He reached up, adjusted his hearing aids, clicked them off, and then back on again. The static roared, then melted away. "What do you have to say for yourself?" his father growled. "I'm sorry, sir," he mumbled, rubbing his sore head. "I was just trying to clean up and get some studying in before—" "You say that like I'm supposed to be impressed," he sneered, turning from his son to survey the near-empty room as if it were in shambles. "I've seen better men try. You call this trying?" He waved a hand toward the small bedside table made to supplement as a desk. "You think I don't recognize the calculus book we bought you last year? Last year, Cameron." He shook his head, nose curled into wrinkles. "Christ, is it too much to ask that you make even the slightest effort? Your mother and I have to do everything around here," he said, falling into a grumbled ramble about how ungrateful he was, while his mother called from the bathroom asking who had rotated the towels. Cameron barely listened as his father stomped back downstairs and slammed the door. He crawled to his makeshift dresser and pushed aside a stack of shirts, retrieved the first aid kit stashed in the back, and cleaned off his head. He waited a while before getting ice, not wanting to cross paths a second time, but one touch to the covered wound and it melted. Something was happening to him, and he knew it was more than a rogue fever. He gathered the candles and stuck them in a row. He hadn't imagined the smoke around his hands, the smell lingering in his nose, the burning of his skin. He drew in a long, slow breath, focusing on the sound of his father's voice, the way his rage flared up, drunk and incoherent, the sting of his grip when he grabbed him by the hair, and the blunt pounding of the steps against his back and sides. His eyes narrowed, a ringing in his ears over the static of his hearing aids. He never stopped. There was more to do, more to achieve. It wasn't good enough. Nothing was good enough. He wasn't good enough. Poof! Foof, 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 foof. The candles ignited one after another. Dun, dun, dun.
What the fuck? Yeah, I think Trisha, sadly, no, there's not anymore. Yeah, I think we all just need to take a sec, take a good couple breaths.
Yeah, that one, that was intense.
Yes, Luna, yes. That's mm-hmm. This is the one that feels like a cross between Mutant X and Young X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
And I'm
definitely
here
see that.
for it.
Yeah.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
No,
totally here for
definitely
it.
here for it. It's just the
We've now met three characters: Colin, Grace, and Cameron. I.
and we still got 2 more weeks.
Yep.
Will we meet anymore? I don't know. Tune in next week. Uh all right, here we go. Submitter 2.
We have a pronunciation. D-T-E-K. Okay. Yes. Frederick. Frederick was learning, despite how much beer he'd managed to imbibe. He'd learned that this place, the Sallow Mermaid, was a watering hole favored by a great many nations, because the brigandish barmaid was a practiced polyglot. She could switch from Spanish to Egyptian to the most obscure pan Pacific dialect one could reach. He even learned her name, Miss Sylvette Planche. Only her closest friends or best clients called her Syl. While Frederick was attempting to become merry, or at least on the pleasant side of pickled, he heard her converse freely in Chinese, the aforementioned Spanish, the local native dialect, and something that sounded almost Chinese. The fellow who spoke it did not dress like the Chinese laborers and was much less expressive. Frederick had never seen his like before, and given his bad luck with the vaquero, he was not inclined to stare. Given the size of the blade at his hip, he was not a fellow to tempt the attention thereof. A lot of folks far from home today, said Miss Planche, wiping down the counter. Or far from their homeland. Frederick, letting his fourth tankard take effect, said, Is anyone here near to their origin? She huffed a brief laugh. Point taken. You have to admit, it's a slight bit better than, how you doing, buddy? Let me try something else. Is there a story behind that shiner? An ungentle encounter in the lists of love. I sought to introduce myself to, best not to say the entire story, someone who caught my eye. He gently probed the bruise. Ow. Caught mine with a spiffing right hook. Most scientific. The creaking of an upstairs door and the clatter of footfalls drew his attention to the upper landing. Frederick felt his heart drop to his stomach, and his stomach dropped to the very bowels of the earth beneath his feet. Lucinda, contigo todo es posible. Gracias de veras. The vaquero. Frederick recognized him by the pattern of his kerchief and the poncho draped over one arm. And he recognized yet another reason why the little fellow was so aggressive. He was so young, weedy and wiry, lithe, and not yet into his majority. And he moved like a dancer. Frederick felt ashamed of himself, falling so hard for somebody not yet an adult. He quickly turned away, staring hard into his beer, which was down to the dregs. He swallowed it in one gulp and said, I think I might try that whiskey. If Miss Planche put the clues together, she never said a word. She just deposited a very small glass full of brown liquor right before his empty hand. You'll regret it tomorrow. I already have so much to regret today. What's a little more? Frederick gulped down the last of his beer and guzzled the whiskey. It burned all the way down and made him cough. Gracious me, he croaked. Never said it was good whiskey, said Miss Blanche. She looked out into the street and muttered, Ah, merde, le batards. Given how her manner changed in an instant from open and friendly to guarded and cold, Frederick had to look. They looked like the kind of rough sort seen all over the goldfields, the kind of sort who would blow in with their finds, then lose it all on fast women, bad cards, and plenty of the local rot gut. These seemed to be wearing some kind of uniform, or parts thereof. Not a military organization Frederick was too familiar with at the moment, and not enough uniform to give him any kind of hint. They walked with the swagger of men who wanted to be more powerful than they were. Puffed up like peacocks with not enough feathers, they entered the Sallow Mermaid like they owned it. The cluster of Chinese customers had recognized trouble at Merde and were rushing out the back door. The vaquero, caught halfway down the stairs, flinched for a gun he wasn't wearing, which made this medley of men laugh. Pup thinks he can shoot us. Move on, boy. We's armed and you ain't. Varminos, said the second. Varmint. The vaquero looked to Miss Blanche, who simply nodded. Look it. There's a Chinese who ain't learned no manners yet. We ain't got business with him, Earl. Colonel told us to deal with the darky. It's historical context. We don't take kindly to that normally, but it's historical fiction. Earl tried making a few faces at the stoic foreigner, but turned his attention to Miss Blanche. We need to talk to your owner, darky. We're buying him out, the easy way. He gestured with his gun. Run along, Auntie. You go find your massa right quick. You mistake me for a slave. Do not repeat that mistake. I am a free woman of independent means. Then this is gonna be real easy, said Earl. Hand over the title or lose your head, and then we take it. Frederick felt another glass enter his hand, heard a whisper in Latin, Finge stultitiam et avert eos, act the fool and distract them. Miss Blanche smiled as she reached under the bar. To the toughs, she said, You say that like I am meant to be impressed. Her hands came back up with two primed flintlocks. I've seen better men try. Oh, she only had 2 shots. He was to impede the third. Frederick did his best to swallow the whiskey like he'd done so his entire life, and decided that the one on the left was a long-lost best friend. Emerson, he slurred, throwing his arms wide and wobbling as he stood, not entirely in affectation. That whiskey made him dizzy. My old mate from Lower Dickerton Elementary. I haven't seen you in a donkey's. How's your old mum? Frederick's aim was to waylay the chap and entangle him whilst picking his pockets, but his right ankle got the wrong idea and he almost wound up face first in the man's crotch. As it was, he grabbed the first thing he could reach and ended up gripping his gun belt and pants all the way to the floor. Hands to the stars, lads, said Miss Blanche. Let's have no more of this nonsense. Nice floor. Stable floor. Solid floor. Unfortunately for Frederick's plans to stay there, the freshly rechristened Emerson hauled him up by his collar and his pants up by the belt. What the flying fuck? I ain't Emerson. Oh, I beg your pardon, good sir. Playing the drunken fool like a virtuoso, Frederick made a great show of dusting the man off and muttering apologies as the others attempted to get him to stop. Earl was yelling at Miss Blanche. You won't shoot us? They'll hang you like you deserve, and I'll be there to watch. Not if you live, said Miss Blanche. Bet your kneecap I won't do it. She took careful aim. I've never missed a shot with these in my life. There was a careful scrape of a chair, and the stoic fellow had one hand on his sword and a confounding string of syllables falling from his lips. He said you need to leave before you get hurt, said Miss Blanche. Like I'm going to take threats from a Chinese in a skirt, bragged the unnamed oaf. He waved his gun at the stoic. There was a flash of light, and the gun was cut neatly in twain, bullets spilling on the floor. Then the stoic carefully sheathed his sword again. Teike. That was the pronunciation word from before. I'm totally screwing it up. I know I am, even with a pronunciation guide. Please bear with me. Several things happened at once. The unnamed ruffian started screaming about his hand was nearly cut off. Emerson shoved Frederick towards Earl, and the young vaquero emerged behind the bar, pistol in each hand. Encontré mis armas. Marchate. At that point, Earl decided to black Frederick's other eye and send him tumbling into darkness. He woke up on a bench by the back wall, with some exasperated constabulary explaining the situation in the tired voices of men who'd been explaining the same thing too many times. If nobody was seriously injured and you don't have full names, then we can't press charges. It doesn't matter how much favor you have with the emperor if we don't know who they are. We can't begin to try finding them. Frederick sat up very carefully, looking for double vision by reading the nearby sign. Apparently, Lottie would be seeing the gentleman with the next number card. What about assault? Argued Miss Blanche. Those men gave my customer another black eye. Another? This fellow a troublemaker? The constabulary didn't bear much of a uniform. He wore guns, of course, and a simple tin star affixed to his chest. Beyond that, he was dressed like any other workman ready to ride a horse at a moment's notice. More a trouble finder, sir, Frederick announced. I simply find myself stumbling into misfortune of late. However, I can give you a name. He took a harmonica from his pocket. This fell from his pocket during the fracas. Translated, it fell into his fingers as he was dusting the man down. One Ashley McDougal. That was the fellow I bumped into. The one shouting orders was named Earl. Didn't catch his last name, alas. He did catch something of a billfold, but felt discretion was best favored on that count. They were traveling together, said Miss Blanche. You find one, you find the whole nest. We'll see what we can do, ma'am. He tipped his hat and ambled out to other business. You'll see you do nothing, muttered Miss Blanche. My apologies for besmirching your sheriff, sir. May I interest you in my latest attempt at plum wine? The gentleman she was addressing was plump and wearing a fine uniform with gold epaulettes. He bore a fine mustache and a thick goatee and kept a top hat with feathers on the table. Thank you kindly, Miss Blanche. I believe I will remain with the plum derivative alcohol. He turned sharp eyes to Frederick. How exactly did you come by that artifact? Our Mexican friend never heard it drop, and he's sharper than any of his knives. It's a kind of magic, confessed Frederick. Well, sleight of hand. I have a regrettable habit of light and adhesive fingers, especially regarding property in the possession of dislikable people. He presented the billfold. I presume this is some form of counterfeit. Close, allowed the curious man. That's traitors' money from the side that lost the war. No good to any alive save for kindling or as assistance in the privy. Miss Planch presented a fancy glass of something vaguely purple to the newcomer on the scene and introduced Frederick to Emperor Joshua Abraham Norton the First. And that, at the emperor's insistence, was how Frederick finally, formally, met the vaquero Hercules Vargas and the Ronin samurai from far flung Japan, who claimed to have lost the right to his name. Together with Miss Planch, they had joined the emperor's forces based on their skills. Frederick was not as confident in himself as the emperor was. Dun dun dun. Oh my Jesus Christ, I love this. I love this. All the different attitudes, different accents, the way that I can slip into all that country and Western, and I probably did it absolutely poorly, not the way that the author originally intended, but mm,
Oh my God, I was
mm,
rolling. I was rolling.
That
We
was I
another good one like that.
yeah, I'm really enjoying this particular like narrative from this author. It
same.
it's kind of tickling that historical fiction like center of my brain.
And the plays on words, right? You know,
Yes.
today we would call it sticky fingers. And the way Frederick referred to, adhesive fingers. Like just that next step up, we don't talk that way no more. And it's I love it. I love it.
Or he's like,
Oh,
oh my God, and he pantses him, and I'm sitting there like,
I know.
I was rolling. You got a little bit of action, you got a lot of humor. I'm interested to see where this.
Right? Very, very, very nice.
Okay, next roll.
Yeah, right. Billy the Kid. Oh, shit balls. Who?
Number 5. Submitter 5.
Okie dokie. Do, 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 do. Going up. I had been arguing with my boyfriend for over a week. We had been arguing about the stupidest stuff. The last argument was about whether or not you could use a bath towel more than once before washing it. That was the last straw. I decided I was going to leave since this was never going to work out if all we did was fight. I was hoping some space would help us to calm and see how dumb some of our fights were. I was packing when he came in. He stood in the doorway, angry. "Where are you going?" he growled. "Away from here," I snapped. "You have nowhere to go," he said mockingly. I will find a place," I yelled as I started taking my bags to the door. He ran and got in front of me. "You can't go." "You can't stop me from leaving," I huffed. "Yes, I can," he said, puffing up his chest. I laughed, but it wasn't a good laugh. "You say that like it was supposed to impress me." I moved around him. "I have seen better men try." That seemed to piss him off. He grabbed my arm so hard that I felt it start bruising. I looked down at his hand on my arm and then up at his face. "Take your hand off me," I growled, pulling away from him. I walked away from him. I made it to the door before he grabbed me again. He spun me around and slammed me against the door. In the movement, I dropped my bags. He held me there with his hand around my throat. I said, "You can't leave," he said, smiling evilly at me. I smiled back at him. That seemed to unnerve him. "Why are you smiling?" His grip loosened a bit. "That was a big mistake," I said, almost in a whisper. I smiled wider. His eyes grew longer. He released me and started backing away from me. I followed him until I was close enough to grab him. I leapt at him. We hit the ground, with me on top of him. I wiped my mouth off and threw the rag on his face, frozen in shock. "I told you that you can't stop me from leaving. It's too bad it had to end this way. I really did want us to work things out. But now, no one will be dealing with you." I grabbed my bags and left the house with a full belly and a smile. He really did taste good, though. I thought loading my bags into the trunk of my car. I got in my car and drove away from the house. I knew he would be found sooner or later, so it was best I find my way to another town, maybe in another state. I drove by moonlight until I needed to find a place to rest for the day. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, but he was so tasty, though. Holy fuck!
I mean, wow.
I mean, that's one way to deal with an abuser, but I mean, like, vampire?
I mean,
Succubus?
Van
Where are we at?
Cannibal? Because this is a continuation of last week,
I
which
don't
we
think because the female character is like, well, they'll find him eventually, and there wasn't a whole lot of time to flay him and cook him. So and that's not what was expressed. So I'm guessing vampire, or I'm gonna go with succubus.
She wiped her
oh
mouth off.
Well, yeah.
yeah, number 5 ends
His
with Grizzly Dad.
Very much so. So here's the thing: historically, mythologically, lore-wise speaking, succubus pulls your soul out and feasts on your soul, or does so during sex. Um, the way she wiped her mouth off and threw the rag, I'm thinking she drank him dry of blood.
So we're thinking vampire
I'm thinking vampire.
or vampire adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong, Doc. Would a cannibal not wipe their mouths after dinner?
Well, that would all
It does
depend on the manners of the cannibal.
That really would.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, like literally,
I
that would depend.
agree. I agree with the cannibal thing because of last week, but I don't know if they're related or not. So
Nope.
kept him dry like a Capri Sun.
I mean,
I'm never gonna look at a Capri Sun the same again.
Blood orange Capri Sun.
On that note,
Ooh,
a lot of good action where people are designating the, step 1, step 2. I like it. All right,
4.
who's up next?
Submitter
4. 4. Okay. Better men than you. The phone rang at 6:14 a.m., which was already rude. Phones should not ring before coffee. Yes, here, here. Phones should not ring before coffee. I like that line.
Someone
Phones
tell
should
my
especially
child.
Phones should especially not ring with that name on the caller ID. Mara Hale. Evan stared at the screen like it had personally insulted him, like it had reached through time, kicked down a door he'd welded shut, and said, "Surprise, coward. Miss me?" He hadn't seen that name in 9 years, not since the courtroom, not since he raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the version that kept him free. The phone stopped ringing. Of course it did. She'd never been patient. Even as a kid, Mara had been the type to knock once and then break a window. Evan exhaled slow and careful, like the breath itself might incriminate him. He sat on the edge of his bed in his downtown apartment, glass walls, tasteful furniture, art that suggested depth without requiring it. The kind of place that whispered, "Successful man with no visible blood on his hands." The phone rang again. "Well," Evan muttered, reaching for it, "this should be fun." He answered. "Hello?" There was a pause. Static hummed. Then he answered. "Hello? You sound older." Mara's voice was the same, dry, unimpressed, sharpened by years of disappointment and concrete walls. "You sound alive," Evan said. "Congratulations, you win the day." He closed his eyes. Of course she'd open with sarcasm. It was her love language. "How did you get this number?" he asked. "I asked," she said. "Turns out when your name's been dragged through enough court documents, people stop asking why." That made sense. Everything about this made terrible sense. "I didn't think you'd call," Evan said. "I didn't think you'd answer." Touche. Silence stretched. It was thick, loaded, heavy with the weight of things neither of them wanted to say first. 9 years collapsed into a single, suffocating moment. "Why now?" Evan finally asked. Another pause, this one longer. "Because," Mara said, "apparently my life is trending." The article dropped an hour later. "State deal exposed. Cooperation led to inmate death." Evan read it 3 times. Then a fourth, slower pass, like rereading a medical diagnosis and hoping it would magically change. It didn't. The article laid it all out in polite professional journalism, the kind that smelled while it peeled your skin off. Years ago, Evan Hale had accepted a plea deal in a multi-count fraud and conspiracy case. In exchange for reduced charges and immunity, he had testified against his older sister, Mara Hale, portraying her as the mastermind. The deal had been framed as necessary, strategic, regrettable, but reasonable. Newly unsealed documents revealed the collateral damage. During Mara's first year in prison, she'd been housed with a woman named Leanne Brooks, a repeat offender with a history of self harm and a documented risk of suicide. Leanne had been under Mara's informal protection, according to multiple inmates. Mara intervened when guards ignored warnings. She shielded Leanne from other prisoners. She made sure she ate, slept, and stayed alive. Then Evan's testimony had shifted the internal politics. Mara's reputation changed overnight from dangerous ally to expendable liability. Guards reassigned her. Leanne was left alone. 3 weeks later, Leanne Brooks was found dead in her cell. Suicide. The article didn't accuse Evan outright. It didn't need to. Social media did that part for them. By noon, Evan's name was a synonym for coward. By 3 o'clock, he was fired. His boss tried to sound sympathetic. It was almost charming. You understand how optics work, she said, folding her hands like she was praying for him. Public trust is fragile. Yes, Evan said. So it would seem. By 5, his hands had stopped texting. By 7, his inbox was a graveyard of unread messages that all said the same thing in different fonts. We can't be associated with this. At 8, his phone buzzed again. Mara. He answered immediately this time. So, she said, how's the view from the moral high ground? He swallowed. You saw the article. I lived the article, she replied. But yes, I skimmed. I didn't know, Evan said quickly, too quickly, about her, about what would. Oh, Evan, Mara cut in gently, which somehow hurt more. That's the best part. You didn't have to. He closed his eyes again. He was doing that a lot lately. They're calling me a monster, he said. They're being generous. Silence. Then, she had a cat, Mara said suddenly. What? Leanne. She had a cat named Buttons. Orange. Mean. Loved her anyway. A pause. You ever notice how people like her always love the things that bite them? Evans said nothing. There was nothing safe to say. She trusted me, Mara continued, and I trusted you to at least understand the weight of what you were doing. I was trying to survive, Evans said. Of course you were, Mara said. You always were. They met 3 days later. Not by choice, by court order. Mara had been granted a temporary release for a civil deposition related to the wrongful death suit filed by Leanne Brooks' family. Evan was listed as a material witness. The universe apparently had a sense of humor. The room was sterile and white, like a hospital that specialized in emotional amputations. Evan sat at one end of the table, suit pressed, posture perfect, looking every inch the man who'd won. Mara entered in plain clothes, escorted but unshackled. Prison had changed her, not softened but clarified. She looked at him like a scientist examining a failed experiment. Well, she said, sitting across from him, if it isn't the golden boy. You look good, Evan offered. She laughed, a short, sharp sound. Careful, she said. That almost sounded like guilt. The deposition was a blur of legal language and sanitized tragedy. Evan answered questions with the same precision that had saved him years ago. He was very good at telling the truth adjacent. When it was over, they were left alone for 5 minutes. Kindness or cruelty. I didn't know she killed herself, Evan said again, because apparently repetition was his coping mechanism. I know, Mara said. That's what makes it impressive. He flinched. You know what's funny? She continued. They kept telling me I was dangerous, that I ruined lives. Meanwhile, you walked out and did more damage in one afternoon than I ever did. That's not fair, Evan snapped. She leaned forward. Her eyes were calm, deadly calm. No, she said. It's accurate. He looked away. I forgave you, Morris said quietly. He looked back, startled. Don't look so relieved, she added. Forgiveness isn't absolution. It's just me deciding not to waste more energy hating you. He nodded, throat tight. But, she went on, I will never let you forget. Fair enough. The lawsuit settled quietly. Evan's name didn't. He tried to get another job. People smiled, nodded, never called back. He sold the apartment, downsized, moved somewhere anonymous. He started therapy. The therapist suggested journaling. Evans suggested a different therapist. At night, he dreamed of phone calls he didn't answer. Sometimes Mara called, sometimes she didn't. Their conversations were strange, uneven things, half sibling nostalgia, half emotional hostage situation. She never yelled, never begged. She just told the truth. Did you know, she said once, that in prison they teach you how to sleep lightly? You learn to wake up before the hurt starts. That sounds awful, Evan said. It is, she replied, but it keeps you alive. You should try it. He did. Years passed, slowly, painfully, honestly. Evan learned how to sit with the knowledge that he was not the hero of his own story, that survival had a cost, that he'd paid for it in someone else's blood. One afternoon, Mara called him from a diner somewhere off a highway. I'm getting out for good next month, she said. That's great, Evan replied. Yes, she said, it is. I've got plans. Good plans? He asked. She smiled into the phone. He could hear it. Better men than you have tried to stop me, she said, and failed. He laughed, a real laugh. It hurt. It healed. I'm glad you called, he said. I'm not, she replied, but I'm doing it anyway. They hung up. Evan sat alone, holding the phone, finally understanding the shape of his punishment. He was free, and he would never escape it. Not while she lived, not while he remembered, not while there were better men than him and always had been. Freedom did not look the way Evan had imagined it. It did not arrive with relief or redemption or some quiet internal swell of peace. It arrived like an awkward house guest, present, unavoidable, and constantly reminding him that it wasn't supposed to be there. Mara got out on a Thursday. Evan knew because the news didn't say anything, which is how the system admitted it had finished chewing on someone. No headline, no update, just silence. She texted him at 9:03 a.m. Still breathing. Thought you'd want to know. He stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed back, I'm glad you're out. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Careful, that almost sounded like pride. He smiled despite himself. It felt wrong, like laughing in a church. They met a week later, not because either of them asked, because avoiding each other had become exhausting. It was a diner off Route 17, the kind of place that survived on burnt coffee and regret, vinyl booths, a cracked mirror behind the counter that reflected everyone as slightly worse than they already were. Mara was already there when Evan arrived. She looked smaller without the prison backdrop. Still sharp, still solid, but undeniably human again. She wore jeans, boots, and a jacket that had seen better decades. Her hair was longer, gray threaded through it now. That was new. That one hurt more than he expected. You're late, she said. I was early, Evan replied, sliding into the booth. Time just hates me. She snorted. Yeah, it does that to liars. They ordered without looking at menus. Muscle memory. Family. Muscle memory. The kind that outlived betrayal. So, Mara said, stirring sugar into her coffee she would absolutely complain about later. What are you now? Professionally, I mean, besides infamous. Consulting, Evan said. Freelance. Ah, she nodded. A man with opinions no one asked for. Very on brand. I deserve that. Yes, she said. You do. Silence fell. Not uncomfortable, but alert. Like both of them were aware that at any moment one wrong word could start a fire neither of them could put out. You look tired, Evan said. Mara laughed. I got out of prison, Evan. Of course I look tired. No, he said quietly. I mean, older tired. Her eyes flicked up, sharp. That happens when you spend years protecting people who don't make it, she said. Your face remembers even when you don't want it to. There it was, Leanne, sitting between them like an invisible third cup of coffee. I think about her, Evan said. Do you? Mara asked, no accusation, just curiosity. Yes, he said, every day. Good, she replied. She deserves the rent-free space. He nodded, accepting the verdict. You know, Mara continued, there was a moment after she died when I thought about killing myself too. His chest tightened. Mara, relax, she said flatly. I didn't. Turns out spite is a powerful antidepressant. That got a laugh out of him, a dark, startled sound. She watched him carefully, always assessing, always measuring the damage. You lost everything, she said. Most things, Evan corrected. I still have a phone and guilt. Those seem permanent. She tilted her head. Good, she said again. Mara moved 3 states away. Evan helped because it was the least he could do, because saying no would have felt like reenacting the crime. They drove together. 10 hours. No music for the first 3. At a rest stop, somewhere forgettable, she said, You know what the guards used to say about you? He stiffened. I'm not sure I want to. They called you the ghost, she continued, because you didn't show up, but everything bad somehow traced back to you. Ouch. I didn't correct them, she added. Figured if you were going to haunt me, you might as well be accurate. Thank you, Evan said dryly. I love a strong brand. She smirked, then quieter. You were my brother before you were anything else. He swallowed. I wish that had been enough, he said. It was, Mara replied. Just not for you. That one landed. Hard. The years that followed didn't soften him. They educated him. Evan stopped trying to explain himself, stopped correcting people who thought they understood what happened. He learned that silence wasn't just cowardice. It could also be respect. Mara called once a week, sometimes to talk, sometimes to remind him. Ran into a woman today, she said once. 2 kids, desperate eyes. You'd have hated her. Why? Evan asked. Because she was braver than you, Mara replied without missing a beat. Click. Another time. I slept through the night, she said. Didn't wake up once. That's that's good, Evan said. Yes, she agreed. Leanne would have liked that. Click. He never asked her to stop. That was the point. One night, years later, Evan stood in his kitchen staring at his reflection in the dark window. He looked older now, too. Lines where certainty used to live. Eyes that flinched before mirrors finished their sentences. He finally understood the shape of his survival. It wasn't a reward. It was a sentence. Mara lived freely now, working, loving, existing loudly and unapologetically. She never rebuilt what was broken between them. She didn't have to. She let it stay broken. And Evan lived as the man who chose himself and had to remember every day that there were better men than him, had always been, still were. And that was the mercy. Dun, dun, dun. That that one that one kind of hurt.
that was a hard one.
This
Yeah,
particular
Luna.
person, it's a different name every single time, but it always starts with E. Interesting. I I mean, there's some things there that just kind of like I'm not sure about, because like if she was in prison and she called his number, it wouldn't show up as her name. But those are minor details. Um, but it just that relationship to be the older sister and to have your baby brother pin everything on you, get to live freely. That line, spite is an effective antidepressant.
Yes.
I'm living proof of that. Very, very well done, anonymous submitter number 5. No, not 5. Sorry. Sorry, 4.
4.
4. Holy Moses. Holy Moses. Julie, you good?
Peachy.
You're peachy. Okay.
Peachy. I don't know what to say. I'm floored. I'm flabbergasted. I'm a little disturbed.
What can you say?
I can't.
What can you say?
Nothing. Good golly.
You know what I can say? As soon as Izzy's done typing, it's time to spin.
And what's really eerie is your little spawn giggling like that after that reading. That is just.
I know. That's why I said it's time to spin.
Well, okay, yeah, go ahead, spin.
I'll spin so we can get it up, and then we'll just take a quick break if we need a break.
A quick restroom break thing. Number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3. All right. So really quickly, we're going to jump over to our Be Right Back screen, so that way we can take restroom breaks, refresh drinks and things,
Take care of
and
kiddos.
take care of kiddos, and we will be back momentarily. 5 to 10 minute break. Okay.
I took a dive. I didn't know I'd fall so deep into your eyes. I've never been somewhere so sweet. I'm hypnotized. Yeah, you put my mind at ease. Got you divine. I'm thankful that you're mine. Looking at me like people are looking at their phones. I've spent 7 years looking for love that I can hold. Now I know your love is all I need. Now I know. Yeah, your love is all I need.
are back. As soon as I pause this music, there we go.
Hey, everybody.
Hi. We are back.
Yes. To answer Six. Yes, definitely flirted with the line, but tastefully.
Yes.
Very tastefully. Yeah, I know. Isn't it beautiful? Char did that.
Yeah, Shar is fantastic with her art.
Yes, flirty but tasteful. Absolutely. Oh my lord.
We've only had one mic mute so far.
Yeah.
Or did I
Only
miss
one.
one?
I'm so totally into it. It's like I can't
She's so
stop.
immersed in what she's doing that quite literally it's like, unless something really catches her.
So we had 19 or 20 this evening.
Oh, we only have
We
15
have
submissions for the weekend, but we have
Oh,
hit 20 individual
submitters total.
submitters for
Got
total
you.
for
I
the
was a
show's
little
year.
confused on that too. So
oh my Lanta. Okay. So we are back
We already spun before we
and
left.
we spun before we left and we are reading submitter number 3's. Coin and Thorn. Morning had fully settled by the time Kiara reached the low stone road. The sun sat higher now, pale but steady, warming the damp earth and drawing scent from crushed leaves beneath her boots. Birds called freely, none of the hushed watchfulness of dawn. The forest was awake, working, alive. So was the world beyond it. Kiara adjusted the strap of her basket against her shoulder as the village came into view. Market day had already begun. Canvas awnings flapped in the breeze. Voices overlapped, vendors calling prices, children darting between stalls, metal ringing as coins changed hands. She felt out of place immediately. The apples did not help. They caught the light too well, skins polished by nothing but wind and leaf, colors too deep, too rich. Not orchard fruit, not common stock. Heads turned as she passed between the first rows of stalls. A woman selling cloth paused mid-fold. A butcher squinted. Someone whispered. Kiara chose a quiet corner near the well and set her basket down carefully, laying out the apples one by one. She did not shout. She did not call attention. Caring for a forest had taught her better than that. Still, they came. They were drawn to her like moths to the flame. How much? A man asked, already reaching. 2 coppers each, she said, gently moving the apple out of his grasp. Please. He grumbled, but paid while picking the apple back out of her hand. Others followed. Soon everyone had taken notice of the perfect apples being sold by the single young maiden. Coins accumulated quickly, too quickly. She kept her head down, counting by touch, not sight. The air around her prickled, the way it did when eyes lingered too long. One man pushed a golden bit in her hand and picked an apple. Sir, that's too much, Kiara called out, but it was too late. He slipped away into the crowd. That was when the shadow fell across her stall. A tall, broad-chested man towered over her. Well, now, a voice drawled. Those aren't from any grove I know. Kiara looked up. He was well dressed, leather boots polished, cloak trimmed at the edge. His smile was wide and practiced, the sort worn by men used to being watched favorably. He leaned one elbow against the stone rim of the well as though it belonged to him. They're fairly priced, she said evenly. Freshly picked this morning. Oh, I'm sure. His gaze slid from the apples to her hands, her hair, her throat. But you could fetch more if you knew how to sell them properly. He slowly reached for her skirt. I sell what I gather, she replied. Nothing more. She swatted his hand away in a smooth, controlled manner. He laughed, loud enough to turn heads. Modest, too. Rare combination. He straightened, puffing his chest slightly. Name's Garin. I own 3 orchards west of here. Supply half this market by myself. I'm sure you do, Kiara said. His grin sharpened. You'd do better under my banner. I could give you protection, a stall, coin without counting. A pretty face like yours in the right uniform could bring so much more than whatever this is bringing you. I didn't ask for either. I am here to sell my apples, not my body. Kiara gritted her teeth. Garen leaned closer. Everyone asks eventually. You have yet to be told no. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the basket. Well, there is a first for everyone. Your pretty little mouth says no, but this body will be screaming yes. He ran his finger down her cheek. I'm almost sold out, she said. Please move aside. She shuddered under his touch. Instead, he picked up an apple and tossed it lightly, catching it again. You know, he said casually, fruit like this doesn't grow without help. Someone powerful must be backing you. Put it down. Her eyes flashed with anger at his disrespect. His eyes flicked up, surprised, then amused. Or what? He leaned forward, dangerously close. For a moment, the market noise faded. Kiara felt the hum beneath her feet, the old pull of roots and stone, patient and watchful. She did not summon it. She did not need to. She may not be in the forest, but the forest was always with her. It was in her very nature. She met his gaze, steady and unyielding. You'll pay, she said, or you'll leave. He tossed the apple up wildly as he didn't take his eyes from her. What is to stop me from taking what I see and want? A man of my standing won't be denied. You say that like I am supposed to be impressed. I've seen better men try. Kiara reached out and plucked the apple from the air. Last man who tried is now a bard. With laughter, uncertain this time, Garen flipped a coin onto the stone with more force than necessary. For now, he said, but I'll see you again, forest girl. Plucking an apple, he took one bite before tossing the apple into the well. He walked away, already boasting to the men beside him, voice rising as he retold the exchange in his favor. Kiara let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She smoothed out her hair and put on a smile while she greeted the next customer. By noon, her basket was empty. Her purse was heavier than she had ever expected, and every instinct she had told her she had been noticed, not just by Garen, but by something older, quieter, watching how she stood her ground without striking. With the basket empty and her purse newly heavy, she moved more slowly now, letting herself see what she had only ever passed by before. Stalls crowded close together, spices piled in shallow bowls, bolts of cloth dyed in faded blues and russets, jars of salve and oil catching the sun like amber. Coin changed how people look at you. She felt it. Now that she had coin, and they knew it, the shopkeepers were smiling at her, whereas before they avoided contact. At the apothecary's table, she paused longest. Dried herbs hung in careful bundles overhead, their scents sharp and clean. She selected beeswax, twine, a small tin of resin balm, things meant for bark and branch rather than skin. For trees? The woman asked, surprised. For roots, Kiara replied. The woman nodded once, approving, and did not overcharge her. those who care for the land are worth caring about. Here, I have put a little extra in your bag, something for your hands. Next came seed grain, hardy barley, not meant for bread, but ground cover, a spool of linen thread, a simple cloak, undyed, sturdy enough to last more than one season. She hesitated over a pair of boots, leather soft, well stitched, and bought them despite the sting of coin leaving her hand. She had earned it. That was when she felt him again. Not close enough to touch, but he was watching, waiting like a venomous spider waiting for its prey. Garen leaned against a stall across the lane, speaking too loudly to a pair of merchants who were no longer listening. His eyes tracked her reflection in a polished tray as she passed. She did not quicken her step. She did not acknowledge him. Avoiding the heat of his gaze, she turned down a narrower row instead, where trinkets and household goods crowded close, forcing bodies nearer together than comfort allowed. A child darted between her legs. Someone brushed her sleeve. The market pressed in. Behind her, boots followed. The sound was measured. It was patient. Kiara stopped at a cloth seller's table and lifted a length of green wool, deep forest shade, darker than fashion favored. As she examined the weave, a shadow joined hers. You spend quickly, Garen said, voice low now, no audience. Almost like you expect more to come. I spend carefully, she replied without looking at him. That cloak won't keep the cold out forever. Work for me. I will provide a warm bed. Neither will arrogance. Has no one told you if you lie with dogs you get fleas? He chuckled. You really don't know who I am, do you? She turned then, slowly, and met his eyes again. I know what you are. An arrogant man who thinks skirts should fly up and linen should drop. You, sir, are nothing more than a dirty man. Something flickered across his face. Annoyance, interest, calculation. Before he could answer, a sharp voice cut through the air. Kiara? She froze. That voice had haunted her growing up, and even now it seemed too real. Across the lane stood a young woman with hair the same dark brown as Kiara's, though braided tight and bound with ribbon. Her dress was practical but clean. Her eyes, wide now, flicked from Kiara to Garen and back again. Recognition struck hard and fast. Gods, the woman breathed. It is you. Garen straightened, already smiling. Ah, friends, there is more than enough. His words fell short. The woman ignored him entirely. She crossed the space in 3 quick strides and caught Kiara by the wrist, not roughly, but with urgency. You shouldn't be here, she whispered fiercely. Do you know what they're saying about you? Zura spoke through a mock smile. Kiara's mouth went dry. Who are you? She said with no emotion. Hurt and anger flashed, then relief. Still stubborn, the woman said softly. It's Zura, your sister. Our family has been worried about you ever since you ran off with that drifter after damaging our grove. The market seemed to tilt and turn in on itself. I saw you, Zura continued, lowering her voice further, at the well with the apple. You didn't flinch. You didn't bow. You caught it. When did the little sniveling coward grow a backbone? Her grip tightened. I ran all the way to tell father you were back. Kiara glanced once more toward Garen. He was no longer smiling. His eyes narrowed on Zura. His gaze had shifted, sharpened, not on Kiara now, but on Zura, measuring, curious, as if scenting an opportunity where there had only been irritation before. That so, he said lightly. Family matters always get interesting in public. Zura's fingers loosened, but she did not release Kiara's wrist. Her smile widened just enough to show teeth. You must be Garen, she said, tilting her head. The orchard man. His brows rose. You've heard of me. Everyone has, Zura replied smoothly, especially those who trade in fruit. Kiara felt the turn then, not in the air, but in the intent of the moment. Zura hadn't appeared by chance. She had come running with purpose. I should go, Kiara said, pulling her hand free at last. I've bought what I need. Zura stepped into her path. Already? Her eyes flicked to the boots, the cloak, the apothecary's pouch. Funny, you never cared much for comfort when you lived with us. I don't live with you, Kiara said. I have always lived among the trees, under the stars. They are more my family than you ever were. A pause. Zura's voice softened. Father will want to see you. The words struck like a stone dropped into still water. I don't answer to him anymore. You made sure of that. He cut me out to lift you up. So it's all on you. You can carry our family. You can carry your family. That's not how it works, Zura replied, her tone tightening. You embarrassed the family. You broke trust. You left us to repair what you damaged. I didn't. You did. Zura cut in, sharp now. And now you're back, selling forest fruit like a hedge witch, drawing attention from men like him. She glanced pointedly at Garen. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble that brings? Garen chuckled. Careful. She handles trouble just fine. Zura looked at him fully then. Her smile returned, calculated and cool. Men like you always think so, until trouble decides otherwise. She will devastate you. She is toxic. Kiara felt suddenly very tired. This ends now, she said quietly. I'm leaving. Zura's eyes hardened. If you walk away again, Father will not be patient. I'm not asking for patience. I don't seek his favor, love, or forgiveness. Kiara stepped around her sister and into the moving crowd. For a moment, neither followed. Then boots shifted. The heavy pace was not one set, but two. Kiara did not look back. She knew the rhythm of pursuit when she heard it. And somewhere beyond stone and stall, beyond coin and gossip, the forest listened. Not yet angry, but attentive. The market thinned near the far edge, where stalls gave way to carts and tethered mules. The noise dulled, voices scattering into the open air beyond the stone lane. Kiara felt it before she saw it. She adjusted the strap of her satchel and kept walking. Kiara, Garen called, his voice carrying easily now that there was room for it to travel. You walk fast for someone with nothing to hide. She did not answer. The road curved slightly toward the fields, dust rising beneath passing carts. A hedge ran along one side, thorny and untrimmed. Beyond it, the land dipped toward the tree line. Still distant, still watching. You think silence makes you mysterious, he continued, closer now. It doesn't. It makes men curious. She stopped and slowly turned to face him. He slowed his approach, hands open, posture casual, every inch the man who believed the world owed him attention. You shouldn't follow me, she said. Yet here I am, he replied, because you owe me. I owe you nothing. Garen's smile returned, thinner this time. You embarrassed me in front of witnesses. That has a cost. She studied him then, not as a man, but as a problem, a disturbance, like rot creeping toward healthy roots. Careful, sir. I am trained on cutting away rot and useless limbs. He cleared his throat, sizing her up, trying to judge if she was serious. You took an apple, she said. You paid. That is where it ends. He stepped closer. That's where you think it ends. His hand brushed the edge of her cloak. The air changed, not sharply or even violently, but enough. Kiara did not step back. Instead, she reached into her satchel and drew out a small coil of twine. Ordinary, rough. She wrapped it once around her palm as she met his gaze again. Last warning, she said quietly. He laughed and reached for her wrist. The hedge exploded. thorns surged outward in a sudden, violent shudder, snapping and tangling around Garen's legs. He shouted, stumbling as the ground shifted beneath him, roots breaking the hard-packed earth like knuckles punching upward. Kiara did not move. She did not raise her hands. Dun, dun, dun. Luna, yes, you embarrassed yourself. Gaston called. He demands his ego back.
That is absolutely best comment on that story right there.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, we do need more. This one is absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry. Everyone is like shining right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe we need to do this a little bit more often. Get people to come out of their shells.
Well, me and Izzy have discussed it. Fresh ink will be a reoccurring thing every January.
Every January.
Yes.
So every January we will have an anonymous No, I'm not drinking. An
No, that's
anonymous
Izzy.
month. And it'll kick off our year.
I think it's a good way to kick off the new year. It gives people to like explore something maybe they hadn't considered doing before. And without that constraint of what they think people might expect.
Right. Absolutely. Also, it's allowing people who wouldn't normally think that they could submit
Yeah.
to, stick their toe in without with a lot of the anonymity of being anonymous.
Yes.
And then they
That's
have
true.
the entire month before they tell us, hey, look, I don't want to be known after this is all said and done.
Yeah.
But
Although,
yeah,
submitter number 19. You think that you get to stay anonymous after this is all over. I'm going to whittle away at your resolve.
while eating a chip. All right, next spin. Okay, submitter 8. And Luna, yes, it is completely fair to say that they're all your favorite right now.
There used to be this controversy over on Book Talk about authors when authors would behave badly and accuse other authors of poaching their readers.
Oh God, I went through that.
You went through that. Here's the thing. There is not a single author who can keep my reading habits satisfied. Period.
Or even half satiated.
I like variety.
I like variety. I like everything else. So it's like unless somebody is going to give me a full-blown book that I can read every single month and wow me with it every single time, I'm going to need something while you go out and write another one. So it is perfectly safe to say that all of these are our favorites. We love that we know these people. We love that they are coming up with this. We love that they are creative. I mean, I did find a book series that was on KU, and it was a complete book every single month. So like started in April or something like that. And then published in April, published book 2 in May, published book 3 in June. And when I tell you that the prose was lacking, the world development was lacking, the character development was lacking, they needed to
Yes, we
sit
know.
on that a little bit longer and you know, write it, flesh it out, because the premise was great. I liked the characters, I liked the world, but it wasn't enough. So, you all just keep bringing it, and when it's all said and done, and it is edited and published, I better get a frickin' link to wherever the hell you've got it published at so I can buy myself a fucking copy. Okay, I'm getting off my soapbox now.
Yes, Acheron or Styx. I keep trying to go by the first part of the screen name. Yes, Styx,
Yes.
we do know who the submitters are.
We know who the submitters are, and we are keeping them completely anonymous, per the stipulations. Oh yes, absolutely, Doc. If you're writing fanfic or something that is, you know, Julie started Destined for More on Dream, and you know, when you're doing it that way, great. However, if you're going to publish it as a full-on book, you know, publish it in those bits and pieces so that you can get the real-time feedback, which is what we are doing here. But once the story is wrapped up, now it's time to go back in, edit, make sure your formatting's right, that it says what you want it to say, and then publish it as a full ass book. You know, like this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Do I need to keep going? Okay. Y'all get my point. I want your stories in front so that I can hug my babies. And Vanna weight them. And talk about them to whoever will listen, because I was literally at the office the other night and talked about the Promptcast, because this woman was sitting there going, "Oh, you read?" Do I read?
That's like asking if you breathe.
Do I read? Do I read? I don't just read. I bring
You
stories to
consume.
life. And I consume. I'm a book moth. Oh, and I also write. And can I say that I was pleasantly surprised when she said her favorite genre was psychological thriller? Because most of the women at the office, when they tell me that they like to read and they sit there and they tell me that they like romance rom-com type stuff, which is great. But everybody does. They don't want my more thought-provoking suggestions. Which is their loss because I know a bunch of up and coming authors who could fit that psychological thriller profile. Okay, books are back on the shelf, and I didn't even get all of them because you all have seen I have a whole row there. All right. Now, let's get back to this one because this one. The world was a blurry maelstrom around Putasa as he charged into the sacred circle with his knife. The preceding moments flashed through his mind as a series of still images. Looking upon the stone circle as the gatherer leader declared he'd steal Kanya and Apicha, the man behind Apicha reaching for her with rope. Oquelmos stabbing that man as Putasa ran it from the forest, an arrow arcing through the air and striking down his father. All of these swirled in Putasa's mind as he raced heedless towards the gatherer, leader, and medicine woman, determined to rescue them both. He was a single step away from Canyo when something struck his chest, sending a thrill of pain through his ribs and knocking the wind from his body. He staggered and fell sideways, grabbing at his chest. Only then did he see an arrow shaft laying on the ground nearby, the obsidian head having shattered on the stone charm Oquelmos had given him. Putasa had no time to reflect, for a man twice his size barreled towards him with a spear. Putasa rolled aside as the spear jammed into the ground where he had laid, kicking dust into the man's eyes as he launched himself to his feet. And then he jumped at the man, a buzz filling his head as he sank his knife into his attacker's gut. Warm blood flowed over his hand as the spearman mumbled something under his breath. And then he fell to the ground, carrying Putasa's knife with him. For a long moment, all was still, the world revolving around Putasa and the dying man at his feet. A croaking cry snapped him to reality, to the archer taking aim with a third arrow, having already hit both his father and himself once. He seized the spear and jumped to the side, his hair standing on end as the shaft whistled perhaps a hand's length past his side. Heart racing, Putasa lifted the spear he'd taken, facing down a gatherer with a club. A shout rang through the clearing and then a thump. Putasa staggered again, his vision blurring as something wet trickled down the side of his face. Stars flashing in his eyes, he briefly saw a second man with a club standing over him as he fell back to the dirt. Ears ringing, stomach churning, Putasa watched as though from a great distance as the gatherer tribesmen rushed away into the night, carrying the man he had slain and his brother Nalmasta into the woods, while another forced Kanya, the medicine woman, to follow at knife point. Putasa reached a shaking hand towards them, trying to utter a sound. Instead, he threw up on the ground and collapsed, shivering in the dirt. Tears streamed from Apicha's eyes as she rushed to Putasa's side, cradling his bleeding head as he moaned on the ground. Around her, the little battle had come to an end, the gatherers vanishing into the forest with their captives. They left behind one of their own laying dead from a horseman's knife, and the bleeding forms of Putasa, Twasru, and Mulgo behind. So, too, did Kenya's bag remain in the dust. The elder glanced. The elder vanished, glanced at Apicha, stopping in her tracks. Keep moving, the chieftain snapped. I need to give my student instructions, Kenya replied calmly. Don't test me, woman, the chief gatherer grunted. I've slain 100 men. You say that like I'm meant to be impressed. You need me alive, and you have a hostage already. Alive, yes, but that life might be made unpleasant for however long it lingers. Go on and threaten me, Kenya scoffed. I have seen better men than you try. The chieftain shook his head, but remained silent as Kenya cupped her hands around her mouth and called, brew tea from the bitter root and astringent leaves for your husband-to-be, while a poultice of fenweed for his father's wound. And then she was gone, walking into the darkness with the others. Silence fell, cold and cruel. Apicha hunched over Putasa, looking from the place where her mentor had vanished to her bag, to her husband-to-be, and then back again. You ought to take the woman's advice, the horseman croaked, stepping up to the bag and lifting it from the ground. Don't touch that! Apicha hissed, jumping up and seizing it from his hand. Go after them, Putasa mumbled, squirming on the ground. We would be killed for nothing, the horseman said, shaking his head. Then at least fetch me some water for tea, Apicha said, rifling through the bag and producing a little clay pot which she thrust at the horseman. This is wise, he said, nodding as he accepted the pot. Only when he walked towards the nearby creek did Apicha wish she hadn't sent him away, the hostile night closing in around her. With no water to make tea, she pulled off one of her shawls and wadded it into a pillow, placing it under Putasa's head as she whispered, Hang in there a little longer. She kissed his forehead and then hurried to deal with his father. A flash of rage filled her as she looked over the old traitor, laying in the dirt beside the bound and beaten gatherer Wulgo. For a long moment she stood there, clenching and unclenching her hands as a chill wind swept through the clearing, fluttering her hair and wrapped clothing. Please, Wulgo croaked. Please save him. Apicha wanted to curse him, to spit and kick and condemn him to the earth from which they all sprang. The words of Kanyas quelled her rage, the kindly and wise woman's words rattling through her head until she knelt down and began digging out her tools. With a knife, she cut open the cloth around the arrow wound. With a skilled hand, she examined his flesh. With a careful push, she angled the head away from his organs and forced it all the way through. Twazru cried out in pain, blood flowing from the hole. Yet Apicha knew it would have been worse to try wrenching it free. She drew out a bone needle and string, sewing shut the hole in his flesh before making a poultice, as her master had instructed. This she applied to both sides of his injury and tied them in place. Twazru's breathing grew easier, though he kept his eyes shut. After a brief glance at still bound Wulgo, Apicha untied his bindings. The man rubbed his wrists, shooting her a grim smile before he gently took hold of his friend. Unable to look at them any longer, Apicha hurried back to Putasa, letting out a sigh of relief when she found him still breathing. She daubed the blood off his face, checking his eyes for any sign of delirium. Let me up, Putasa murmured, pushing at her hands. You need rest. Please, let me go, Putasa groaned, even as his body relaxed. There was a rustle in the near distance, Apicha tensing as she looked up. To her relief, it was the horseman returning with the pot, though she was still wary of him. Still, she set that aside, recovering her still burning torch and gathering sticks and fallen branches together to build a fire. As the flames grew, she filled the pot with the proper roots and leaves, pushing this close enough to brew. Silence fell again as Apicha settled in beside Putasa, keeping hold of his hand as she looked over the sacred circle. Cold settled over her when her eyes inevitably settled upon the dead man laying nearby. His blood stained the soil. Apicha felt feeling it as though her own skin or hair were being sullied. You are a part of this place, are you not? The horseman said in the gruff voice his people were known for. In a manner of speaking, Apicha said, looking the man in his eyes. You, though, are not. Why did you come with Putasa and his brother? It is the will of Skyfather, through the visions of our trusted shaman. May I ask your name? Aquilmos, a willful protector. You must be Apicha, a holder of knowledge. Something like that, she replied, a telltale whistle turning her attention to the pot. Would you help me with him? Yoquelmos nodded, sliding around Putasa and gently lifting his head and parting his lips. Putasa rose from his doze, Muttering with half-lidded eyes, Apicha carefully coaxed the tea down his gullet in small swallows, Putasa complaining between gulps even as he accepted her care. Once all the medicine was taken, he lay back on the makeshift pillow and rested easier, his color improving. You have done a good thing for him, El Quelmos said. But I failed in everything else, Apicha whispered, brushing back an errant lock of hair. Do not think of the world as such. We were bested in battle because we were fewer and they had more weapons. That is success on their part, not failure on ours. Maybe. Apicha turned her gaze upon Toisru and Wulgo, the two old men sitting next to one another and staring into the sky above. A prickle of anger came over her as she rose to her feet, El Quelmos following her as she marched to the men. Toisru, what could possibly have possessed you to do this? Wulgo saved my life and I his, Toisru replied in an exhausted voice. We are like brothers. I could not sit by while he was slain, not when I had the power to save him. You lost your own son in the bargain, Apicha snapped. Toisru cringed and looked away, his lips trembling. The wind rustled the leaves overhead. Putasa murmured something as he stirred, and an owl hooted overhead. At last, Toisru croaked. I knew this night would bring woe upon me. It was not Maynot who brought this upon you, but yourself, Aquelmos said solemnly. Keep your moon god out of this, Wulgo said fiercely. You are a stranger to this. He is a friend, Putasa croaked, rolling himself over and crawling towards them on his elbows. Apicha wanted to object, to tell him off, but the anger in his eyes, the knowledge that his own father had done this, stilled her tongue. And so she stepped to him and helped him to stand and walk over to the two men who had brought doom upon them. He took a shuddering breath, his weight pressing against Apicha as he croaked. What are those barbarians going to do with Kanya and Nalmasta? They are not barbarous, Wulgo retorted. No more so than you are to us, and both of us to the horsemen. Answer the question, El Quelmos said. You are of their kin. You must have overheard something of their plans. Wulgo flinched back, the anxiousness in his eyes telling Apicha that whatever he held in was bad. With a groan, his shoulders drooped, and he said, Long ago, a burning mountain belched out its noxious smoke, turning the skies dark and making the rains burn. It made life hard for a few years. However, it stemmed the flow of farmers and horsemen poking into our lands. Their towns were abandoned in great swaths. The trees and the deer returned, the world healing to what it was before. Dumalgo, the high chieftain of Daraka's tribe, believes that your medicine woman holds the key, making this happen once more, to bringing back the mountain smoke, the turning away the tide of your people. Wulgo, I never thought of you as a foe, Toisru said despairingly as he put his hand on his friend's shoulder. His tribe is not mine, Wulgo said quickly. But every year more of our trees are felled, more meadows are plowed under, more deer herds slaughtered. I do not believe he is right to do this, but I can see the world through his eyes. And how does he think he can make Kenya get his mountain to smoke? Putasa asked. With a sacrifice, Wulgo replied, his word making Apicha's stomach churn. A human sacrifice, El Quelmos uttered, his words chilling the air. Toisru quailed, his eyes going wide. Then, Namasta! He did not want the girl to help with the ritual as an assistant. He wanted her for an ingredient. Ancestors preserve me, Toisru croaked, trying to stagger to his feet. No, you need to rest, Apicha said forcefully, taking hold of the old man and forcing him back down. We'll go after them. Bring Nalmasta and Kanya home. I cannot send you on a dangerous task, not after one of my sons has already been taken. You're right. You can't send us, Putasa said, lifting his weight from a Apicha and standing tall on his own. We're going, and that's that. Silence fell, cold and cruel. With a groan, Twazru spread himself back on the ground and closed his eyes. Apicha took Putasa's hand, feeling reassured at the touch of his fingers and his strong grip. After exchanging a glance, the two looked to Wulgo and El Quemos, a plan seeming to form on its own. All the fault begins with me trespassing on Dumalgo's lands and upsetting their idol, Wulgo said, rising to his feet. I shall lead you. I have a part to play in this, El Quemos said. All that the shaman told me is coming to pass before my eyes. Then it's settled, Putasa said, taking a step and nearly toppling over. Apicha held him aloft, the girl taking up the bag of the medicine woman. A part of her knew that her master would insist that Putasa stay behind and recuperate, but she knew that he had to come along. And so she glanced at Twazru, saying, Rest here until you've the strength to return the village, then confess your crime. Twazru nodded from the ground, managing to whisper, I'm so sorry, my sons. I never meant for this to wrap around you both. I'll rescue Namasta, Putasa said. I will, with their help, and when I return, Apicha and I will be wed. I look forward to that, even if you reject me from the ceremony, Twazru murmured. Good luck, father, Putasa said, turning away from his old man. Then both he and Apicha looked upon the body in their sacred circle. El Quelmos walked to a tree and tore down a branch which looked suitable for digging, shooting them a glance as they prepared to finish one last task before setting out on their journey. Dun, dun, dun.
An ingredient?
Volcano, human sacrifice, Joe versus the volcano.
Yes.
Ouch.
Ooh. We just got a raid, by the way.
I see. Hello, Moth. Enjoy dinner. Oh.
Moth always comes in and then flies right back out.
So,
It's raid. Hide the booze.
that's a very kind of boost.
Oh, somebody's happy.
Yeah.
Daddy gave him candy.
Ooh. Well,
But he did get his night meds, so I'm hoping there will be a counter reaction for a minute. If not, I'm sleeping in another room.
so who's next?
All right. Big spin.
How many more do we have left?
This is the last one. I just do it so we can get the clapping.
Gotcha.
I like the clapping. We don't get very many sound effects, so it's like this is what we got.
Here. Hey, let's
Consider 16. The gremlin doesn't usually have a complete reaction to sugar. but the gremlin also didn't get a nap. So when you give sugar to a slightly already erratic gremlin, you get that.
Yes.
But give him 5 minutes and you'll get a word. So it's like.
Right? Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. Patrick came up with the oh, yes, absolutely. Um, and there is a line where this particular submitter thanks me for my amazing reading of the last installment of this, and I'm glad you liked it. Mm, mm, mm. I hate it when I start to blush. There's never been a better home. Beneath the covers of my bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, darkness partially consumes me. In my room, in my mind, and in my heart. If I could cry, I would, but my tears have turned to dust, and my stomach clenches emptily. A splitting headache that had been building before tonight's hunt congregates in the middle of my forehead, and no amount of water, food, coffee, or relaxation techniques have helped. Why the fuck hadn't I worked harder to get the information out of that piece of shit bloodsucker? Poor Trace. She'd apologized all the way home, through the door, during my shower, while Trey had patched up the wounds on my biceps. This is going to eat her alive for such a long time. My throat bobs as acid tries to force its way out, even though she hadn't meant to, even though I should have been faster on the subduction. I can't help detesting her. Just a little. There are plenty more of those damned monsters out there. Surely one of them has to know where he is, the one who took Mother away from me. I faced the wall, willing my eyes to close, ordering my body to just shut the fuck down so I could forget the rest of the world. But I can't, or won't. Maybe it's easier to simply pass away like I was never here. Absolutely fucking not, Allegra, my more logical mind counters. You're not giving up until that son of a bitch is dead. As cold in the ground as the door handle rattles quietly before the door squeaks open. Allegra? Lance's voice treads carefully across the room, as though he's a shadow hoping to be overlooked. Are you awake? I sigh, exhaustion siphoning away any facade I may have thought to erect. Yes, but I wish I wasn't. The door closes on a whisper, and Lance crosses the room, his pants swishing as they rub together the entire way. The thwomp of his clothes hitting the floor is too fucking loud. He slips into bed and curls himself around me, much like a cocoon trapping a butterfly. I'm sorry about tonight, Trace explained, and I wish I could have been there to protect. Just don't, okay? White hot rage bubbles from my stomach up to my throat like blistering skin. You weren't there, and apologizing isn't going to change that fact. Let's start let's not start pretending to care any more than we do. And what the hell is that supposed to mean, Allegra? His voice is steel, but his grip loosens. I slide away from him, his warmth, to sit up against the wall. We can't see, but we've both got eyes on each other. The tension carries its own heartbeat, and I breathe deeply to better compose myself. It means exactly how it sounds, Lance. We hold on to this only because of what we do. If it weren't for our hunting, oh, the hunting that I make sure we're still able to do. He laughs mirthlessly. You have no idea how hard this is. What I have to do to keep this operation going. The wall's chill brings me very little comfort. He's right. God damn it, he is. But I hate his tone. condescending, condescending, haughty, whimpering. It makes me want to fucking hurl. It's an irritant against my ears, my brain, my very soul. Clingy isn't my style. It's too tangled. People fall in too deep, lose themselves. He's doing his best, just like everyone else. Stop being so selfish. His hand wrapping around my wrist damn near has me jumping out of my skin. Let's not fight. It's been hard on all of us. His words are pleading, close to breaking. My resigned sigh is swallowed by the darkness as I allow him to pull me down and underneath him. His heated, wet kisses along my neck leave me tepid, my pulse barely above a canter. Not that Lance notices. I fake a moan when his uninspired touch lands on my breast. Thankfully, biology does its job and warms me where he can't. Allegra, it's small, plaintive, passionless. This relationship has been one of the only things that's kept me going, even if it is shambling along like a reanimated corpse. I'm stripped naked, and Lance is above me. Gripping his back, I silently encourage him to continue. Closing my eyes, I pretend that I'm enjoying it while I envision me far away from myself. My name cracks on his lips as he finishes, and he rolls to his side, our backs facing one another. Just before dawn breaks, with Lance's snores plucking away at my nerve endings, I huddle into myself. I don't want to do this anymore, but what other fucking choice do I have? I weep until sleep claims me as its willing prisoner. The number of times I have done exactly what Allegra just did. Oh my God, it is exactly like that. Okay, yes, I just admitted to faking. I don't fucking care. Anyway. Mm. Being under lockdown sucks big fat donkey balls. That's my phrase. I use it all the time. It's just only missing the word hairy. Just saying. Just saying. Love it! And it's been slowly plundering my sanity. 4 days without a hunt, and I've felt every last second of it. Gavin says it's to help me recoup from my injuries, but I know it's more about trying to get me to sleep. If anyone would know about needing sleep, it's Gavin. That night with Lance has been the longest I've slept in weeks, and I've been going out of my way not to think about it. That could be why he hasn't shared the bed with me since, and likely why he's at the monitors on surveillance duty. The rest of us are in the living room. I'm sprawled on the couch, counting the wooden arches on the ceiling and watching dust motes dance in and out of sunbeams. Boring bullshit. Trey and Gavin are seated in two large, cushy chairs, talking through improving covert strategies and coordinated attacks while playing chess. Nerds. At a table tucked into one corner of the dining room, Trace is helping Vela study, who's sharpening daggers, hooks, and other silvered weapons against a whetstone while reciting the information Trace is giving her. It had taken Trace, Lance, and Gavin to convince Vela that she needed some type of formal education, especially if she wanted to be a hunter. Despite Vela being 21 and absolutely capable, I still say it's fucked up that she's a part of this. Then again, if Gavin didn't think it was a good idea, he'd have said so months ago. Looking at Vela's restrained smile and furrowed brow, it's often easy for me to forget that she'd been captured, tortured, and turned into a feed bag for a nest of fanged freaks around 2 years ago. It had taken Gavin and Lance so long to find her, and by then she'd been half delirious, starved, and riddled with permanent fang marks. The only thing that had saved her from being turned was bloodsuckers' reluctance to lose their food source. Fucking sickos. At least there isn't a single one left to hurt anyone else. Blessedly, as Trey is wont to say, Bella shares Gavin's resilience and his support system. They also share the same gray blue eyes. Where the siblings differ is hair color: brown for Gavin and red for Vela. and skin tone, with Vela having a paler complexion and Gavin taking on an olive hue. I groan obnoxiously loud, stretching my arms above my head. Gavin, I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm so bored. When do I get to go out hunting again? Hell, I'll take patrol at this point. Trey shakes his head, his palm over his face. A smile peeks through, and his shoulders tremble with silent laughter. When was the last time you've had proper food and sleep? Gavin doesn't even lift his head as he asks, his concentration on the board. Like, no, 3 days ago. Nope, Trace chimes in from the table. It's been 4 days, Lay. I throw her a scathing look, mouthing, traitor. Her giggle feels like a slap in the face before she dives back into the lesson with Vel. Nah, Trey feels the need to interject. It's been 4 days without sleep and 3 days without much food, Trace. He winks, then flicks his humorous gaze to Gavin. Well, excuse the fuck out of me. Is this a goddamned intervention? I hop off the couch too fast, my head swimming like a drunken fish in a tank. Fucking hell. I grip the closest arm to steady myself. Gavin snaps his fingers at me without looking and points to the couch. Rest. You're no good to anyone if you don't get your health in order. But Gavin, his sharp gaze cuts into mine from across the room, the light-hearted mood eradicated. It's like the walls and floor are quivering in fear. His sigh intermingles frustration and calm. You're not the only one who's lost someone in this life, Allegra. His eyes connect with Vel's, but Vel looks away first, her bottom lip curled beneath her teeth and tears invading her lower lash lines. Their parents had been murdered in a hit and run. Gavin made sure the culprits were caught and put out their misery. If those words had come from just about anyone else, I'd be beyond pissed and ready to bash the person's nose in. But Gavin goes out of his way to curtail his emotions and his words. Too many times, the loss of control leads to irreparable consequences. Everyone here knows that. Feeling thoroughly chastised, even though that isn't Gavin's usual intentions, I sit, resting my head back. Suspicious activity near the old smelting factory. There's another team already there, but it wouldn't hurt to have some extra eyes and muscles available. Lance's words are without inflection. Why does that piss me off so much? I look over at him, but his eyes are glued to Gavin. His deep brown curls are in need of a haircut. I can do that for him later, if he lets me. A few days' growth of beard dusts his chin, and the scar swooping from his nose disappears into his facial hair. His light brown eyes show signs of more tiredness than before the meeting with those above us. All right, then, Lance, Trace, we'll all go. Just to make sure no trouble brews. Gavin makes one final move, checkmating Trey. Better luck next time. You'd bet your ass, Trey quips. Gav, since it's only scoping, I can come too, right? Vel's tone and gaze are hopeful, a flash of pink staining her cheeks. No, my baby bird. You stay here. You've got studying to do. He's an older brother and a stern father wrapped in one. Vel's demeanor visibly deflates until her eyes blaze like an unchecked wild. You can't keep treating me like a child. I'm old enough and more than capable to handle myself. The sight of her clenched fist collides with the tabletop. There's a silent, tense standoff between the siblings until Lance strides over, squatting down in front of Vel. In a whisper loud enough for all of us to hear, he says, Sweet love, you don't know what you're asking for. These monsters are brutal, sadistic. They won't spare you just because you're young or a woman. You know that better than most, though. A shuddering inhale leaves Vel's chest almost concave, and her exhaled breath sounds just as painful. She's as pale as a ghost, and her tears trace her cheeks to drop onto her jeans and the floor. No doubt she's reliving whatever she went through with that nest. Lance, that's enough. I attempt to intervene, but Gavin shakes his head. Just let it happen, Leggy, Trey softly advises. I know, no, but I want to help, Lance. I'm not doing enough. Lance cradles Vel's face, erasing her tears with the pads of his thumbs. I know, sweetheart, and you'll be able to one day. But you need to heal what you've been through first. Being out there, up against these things, it only takes a split second of hesitation between you and death. Lance pulls her against his chest. And baby girl, none of us want that. You hear me? I can't hear Vel's muffled words, but her nod confirms her understanding. Now, the best thing you can do to help right now is to get your studies done and practice more with your weapons. Trey and Allegra can help you spar when you've gotten better, all right? Damn right, Trey whoops. Absolutely, sweetie, I say with a nod. My heart warms at the scene, pride and faith swelling in my chest with a heaping dose of guilt. I swallow it, watching Trace wipe away a tear, hearing Gavin's relieved sigh, and feeling Trey shaking my shoulder as though he's trying to break it. Lance releases Vel with a kiss to her forehead, and Gavin hugs Lance close, whispering something for the two of them alone. After Gavin, Lance, and Trace suit up and get ready to leave, I stop Lance and give him an awkward, tight hug. You are great. Be safe, I whisper, dropping a quick kiss on his lips. Their trio departs, opting to take the truck used for hunts, which leaves Lance's car behind. What do we do now? More surveillance? Vel sounds apprehensive. Trey turns to me and grins. Say, Leggy, that bastard. Brandon, what's his face? You said you know where he lives? My gasp is quiet, joyous. Laxley. And oh, hell to the fuck yes. Let's go kick his teeth in. Trey looks at Vel, a chuckle prancing from his throat. Since your studies are done, are you up for a road trip, little one? Vel's eyes widen until they nearly encompass her entire face. Are we allowed to do that, though? Hey, you're with your honorary older siblings. Anybody that wants you has to go through us first. Besides, I laugh, we owe this jagoff a visit for hurting Trace. Vel's expression becomes serious while still retaining her excitement. And I get a little field experience. She laughs, looking much too young. That a girl, Trey encourages, his grin devilish. Allegra is my soul animal. It takes all of 20 minutes to get to Brandon's quiet small home, Trey parking across the street. It's just as bland and ordinary as the scum himself. Average height, average build, bleach blonde, eyes as flat and brown as non carbonated soda. Ew. Trace went out with that? Why? I try not to gag. You know how sweet and sensitive our Trace is. He could tell her he rescued a dog and she'd say she was impressed. Oh, we have better men who've tried harder, I laugh. And have lasted longer, he guffaws. Trey! Vel chastises, no doubt blushing. Stay in the car, little one. If any of us have trouble, use the comms. Okay, Vel confirms. Trey and I exit the car, catching Brandon just before he enters his home. His startled yelp echoes. Hello, Brandon, I growl. We'd like a few words with you, Trey demands, cracking his knuckles. Wait, wait. I want to see Brandon get his ass beat!
Why? Why?
The author did say that it was 2,500 words even.
That's why.
That's not even! That was very odd.
So, yeah, about those cliffhangers. Oh, what a place to drop.
Right. All right. While we're all, adjusting to the emotional fucking damage. No, I'm not being fucking dramatic. Everybody get ready because we're going to be rolling for our prompt soon for next week. And how this works is we were going to put up a poll. By the way, the poll's already set. Don't worry about it. I already got it fucking done. As soon as we roll for all three, by the way, we're having to use a number generator. Julie still has not gotten the dice out and from underneath the desk, and I think the cat took off with one of them. I will be doing that tomorrow before the show. Just kind of bear with me. Anywho, we're gonna be rolling. Izzy's got the master list. I'm gonna hit the little thing, and I can actually roll 3 numbers at once on this, so not a big deal. It's still random. So what I'm gonna do? What?
I must address a comment.
Okay. Well,
Do you want word limits or full stories? Listen here, Sticks. Okay. Listen here. We have to have the word limit because y'all are coming out of the woodwork. Okay. But when we sit here and go, oh hell no, that's where I get left off. That's where imagine there's a pair of these. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. So
until we get to next week.
Until we get to next week. And at the very least, when we're on the edges of our seats and going, yes, at least you know that you're on the right track, and maybe you should write some more in that story or something else, or whatever it was about that style is doing something. And it's not often that a chick can say, I got a pair of these right now with these stories.
We do.
Hold on.
We do.
Let me put that back in my mouse.
The mouse has blue balls.
Yes, and okay, this is my personal one.
Oh no, there's another mouse.
That's my one from work. They are completely identical. So at this desk, there are always 2 bowls of this very beautiful blue shade that I use for visual demonstrations.
Now let's hope when she put that down that she didn't mix the mice.
Oh, that's why there's tape on one.
Because she's done it. Because she's already done it.
I actually have not done it. I just knew that when I went to buy the second one, that it was liable to happen. So I just went and did, and there's a matching piece of tape on the dongle. Because I'm smart. Okay, let me. Come on. Move the mouse.
Rule 34.
Okay, so I have the episode 3 summary started. Okay, and now let me grab the weekly. Season 3, where I already have that prepped and ready. See, we actually came prepared because I accidentally went live at 7 o'clock Eastern instead of 8 o'clock Eastern. And, I'm so glad y'all thought it was a test ahead of time when
I thought
I was.
because our OBS computer has a bad habit of trying to update as we're going live. So I figured that was what you were trying to do. Was either if it was going to update, force the update.
Right? Rule 34? Are we talking Gibbs rules or somebody else's rules?
I don't know. It's Spitzer.
Um, don't ask. Don't.
Don't ask. Don't.
Okay, hold on. If Styx is telling me not to ask, I have to know.
Oh! Not safe for work.
Well, I figured that. We can wait for after, but now I gotta know, or I just go and do my Google foo. Okay, anyway. First roll, concept.
All right, hold on a second. I gotta get back over to my other screen.
I didn't want to know about blue waffles either, but I know about that.
Yuck.
Hey, brother.
Get right off of work, and that's the first thing I hear. Yuck.
Gotta say that you missed a hell of a show.
Sure, I did. I was there listening to
Oh.
some of it. I was down in the audience while I was doing my med pass.
Oh, that rule. What? Yeah. Okay. Roll there, Spankalicious.
64.
Concept. Write about a world where death is no longer permanent and people can choose when to return. What happens when someone chooses to stay away for good?
Interesting. Second number is 16.
Starting first line. A distant crash woke Eleanor in the middle of the night, and when she looked out her window, she saw a figure in the yard staring back at her.
Okay.
Because remember, you can change names, gender, whatever needs to be.
I think Tentacle's going to have fun with that one.
Oh, Kesh now has a nickname? What? Last number.
7.
It's 8 freaking degrees.
Speaking of which, submitted by our dear fearless leader.
Shit.
Use this dialogue. Whatever you're going to ask, the answer is no.
All right, Izzy, one more time. Read through while I set the poll.
Woo! Dogga, 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 dogga.
Hey, Sissy, since I am driving, Julie, since I am driving and can't poll, I'm polling 1.
All right, we're
Okay.
gonna add that to
Add
it.
my vote to.
Okay, well, Sticks fucking beat me to it, hand typing it while I was saying it. Number 1 concept, write about a world where death is no longer permanent and people can choose when to return. What happens when someone chooses to stay away for good? Number 2, starting first line, a distant crash woke Eleanor in the middle of the night. When she looked out in the yard, she saw a dark figure looking back at her. Number 3, dialogue. Whatever you're going to ask, the answer is no. Vote, 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 vote.
The dialogue works in everyday life for Julie.
Yes,
It really does.
and
It is one
yet,
of her common phrases.
and yet, she keeps telling me, hear me out, I have an idea, and I'm not allowed to say no. What?
I never said you're not allowed to say no.
This is true.
I don't. That's not how I remember it. The way I remember it's like, no. You can't say no. Just hear me out.
I know it's like a hear me out, but this is crazy.
Call me maybe.
Usually ends up in a call, whether that's a Discord call.
Or it's a call,
Yes.
Pat. You have bail money.
Yes, there. Shit. Oh, Stavros Ace. Okay, so everybody, you should see a pick a poll up at the top. You click the pick a poll, and then you click what you want, and then you hit the vote button. As Ace says, Styx gets the I beat copy and paste award. He's just ready on top of it. Like, I mean, it does save me from having to type things out again because I have typed these things 1,000,001 times and copied and pasted. And...
All right, people, we got 11 votes. There's 13 of us in here. Well, Patrick has to abstain from vote because, quite literally,
He's on the magic
we know where
carpet.
his vote lands, but he's magic carpeting it.
Yep.
This is a village, and I absolutely love that. Instead of sticking with whatever the dang thing rolled because we had different types of prompts, you know. Back on TikTok, Julie said, "Hey, let's let everybody vote on which one," and that gets audience participation. What you guys want to use, you know, what you want to see the prompters use. If you're not a writer, so I'm after the night that we have had, Ace. I don't want to hear about anybody having robot fingers because that just my brain went somewhere else.
I am going to have to listen to the rebroadcast of this show because I did not get to
Oh
hear
my
all
God,
of it.
yes, you are. I will tell you, you're going to need a fan.
You are gonna need a fan. The very
Ooh,
first story. Oh God, more like, yes, mistress.
Ah, it's male, female. I need some male. Come on now.
Oh, you get all the way home and you can have some mail.
My male is probably sleeping.
Uh-huh. Okay, so it looks like it's there's no way. I mean, the poll is
Unanimous.
We're just waiting for it to time out. It's unanimous with 2 abstainers. There it is. 92% of you voted for the dialogue of whatever you're going to ask, the answer is no. Now, don't forget that we are also working with Char's birthday challenge of some kind of epic fail. Your character's got to roll critical failure, a nat 1, no modifiers. Something's got to happen. You can build up to it, whatnot. Yeah. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So now you have your writing assignments for the week, should you choose to accept it. Tomorrow we are going to attempt yet again to do the show on a Sunday night. Sunday night seems to be the foil, so we're also trying to push as many as we possibly can onto Saturday night based on spoons, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the good news. If Saturday fares or Sunday fares poorly, I don't have to work Monday. So it is entirely possible that we can try on a second night, on a Monday night, to be able to get everything closer on the weekend. We don't like doing that. Obviously, the ideal thing would be to not have that kind of lag, but it is what it is. We do this for free, and the amount of money that we can dump into the back end is limited. But I had so much fun with these tonight, y'all. I can't even express to you. Like, I may yell at you, I may threaten duct tape. I won't ask you to call me mistress, though.
Are you
How
sure about
can we?
that?
We're gonna have our mouths tight shut.
That depends on what the mouth's being used for. Anyway, the point is that you all give me wonderful stories to be able to share with the world. We absolutely love you for this. And epic fail. You've got your writing assignment. Come back tomorrow. We will announce in the Discord if we have to call it. We normally try for about an hour to get things going. Hopefully, some other changes that I made on the back end will help that. And that's all I got for.
That's pretty much it for the night. Thank you guys for being an amazing audience. And yeah, like Izzy said, we couldn't do this without y'all. Like literally, we couldn't do it without y'all because we need content. And it doesn't matter how much each one of us writes. It's not going to be enough for a full show.
Or in Izzy's case, it's Timu.
Yeah.
Acer.
I mean, yes, we can certainly dump an Amazon wish list or two in the back end. But again, the other problem is a lot of it has to do with my local internet, and not a lot I can do about that. As far as I'm aware, my neighborhood still doesn't have fiber optic, so is what it is. And unless you're going to be paying my internet bill in order to keep us up and look, I love y'all, but I'm not letting you pay my internet bill.
So it would be a very nice business expense.
Yes, Fort Mine blocks.
Any hoozles. We'll be jumping over to Discord. If you have not followed us over to the Discord, do that now. Also, sign up for the newsletter. Why? It's free. Nobody's begging you here. Any hoozles. Don't add to the population. Don't subtract from the population. Do not get your fucking ass arrested before you hear the rest of these amazing stories before tomorrow, because I will just wiffle ball bat. That's it. There will be no bail money. There will just be wiffle ball bats. Any hoozles. We will see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. But remember, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. Bye!